Hello. Can I hear myself on Twitch? I can barely, but I can. Can I hear myself on YouTube? Yes, I can as well, which means that everything is working, which means that I can switch scenes to the just yapping scene. There you go. Hello. I am back. I am no longer sick. I can yap all day long. Well, perhaps not all day long, but I can yap again. Hello. And I've missed quite a few messages. Hello, Jamie. Hello, Swavy. And thank you for subscribing once again. Resubscribe for 5 months. 5 months in a row. Thank you very much. I really do appreciate it. And hello, Ktosh. Hello, Mihai. How are you guys doing? I hope you guys are doing well. Let me go back and read all of your messages. On a trip in Warsaw, with my good friends who annoy me a lot. Is one of those friends the one that showed up on YouTube, Jamie? Is that the one? Is that the same friend? But hello to them, and I hope you enjoy your trip. I hope you have a wonderful trip. And then you go back to Ireland. If I had to choose, not gonna lie, I do prefer Ireland just because I've been there and I know it's beautiful. But I've never been to Poland, so maybe one day I shall change my mind if I do go to Poland. Because my best friend has been inviting me to go there because she's half Polish and a part of her family is there, and she's been inviting me to go there, but we just haven't had a chance to do it. But one day I shall visit your homeland. And it's been a while. Yes, it has been a while. It has been a week, Swavy, because I have been sick, unfortunately. But I am back now. Time to listen to the Frenchman whilst I stare at spreadsheets, charts, and lines of codes. Right, you're working. Good luck with work. I hope it's not too annoying. I hope it goes easy. And you have a good day of work while listening to me yap about many things. And Josh, you wrote, what did you write? Time for a cake. I don't really know why you said that, but bon appetit to you if you are indeed eating a cake. I hope it will be a tasty cake. And where was I at? Thank you for supporting our owl. Yes, thank you very much, Swavy, for supporting our owl, the one sitting on my shoulder. Thank you very much. Although I want to hear something insane. Sure, let's hear it, Mihai. How are you? First of all, I hope you're doing well. But let's hear what you have to say. Warza. How do you pronounce that? I assume that's the way you write Warsaw, but in Polish, probably. Yeah, I guess. Oh, it's pronounced Warszawa. Ah, well, quite different from from the way we say it in English, I see. Well, at least I've learned something new today. By the way, I wanted to check something. I see. Okay. Okay, everything is good to go. I spent 50 minutes on character AI arguing with a Kakanya bot about coffee. You know what? Maybe someday I should try those character AI. I've never tried it. I know you talked about it, and I believe Satru also uses that from time to time, but I've never actually tried it. Is it fun? And why were you arguing about coffee with a Kakanya bot? And was the Kakanya bot accurate to the personality of the character that we know? But man, you're talking to my waifu, huh? I wish I did the same, but at the same time, I'm way too lazy to to spend the time. What's a good team with Kokomi and Kazuha? Honestly, you can use anything. Ktosh, you can use anything with that team. It depends on what kind of main DPSs you have. I mean, the problem is nowadays Kokomi is not as useful as she used to be honest. The only thing I can think of is the Super Bloom team with Nilu, and being Nilu, Nahida, Kokomi, and whatever other Hydro or Dendro character you want, I suppose. But I mean, I guess technically speaking, she does apply Hydro, so I guess there is that. But Kazuha, you can fit in any team. Kaya and GOMC. If those are your options, You're not going to go really far. I would probably pair them then with Kaya and not GOMC. I don't really know what GOMC might be doing in this team, but at the very least, Kokomi can provide healing, Kazuha can provide a res shred via Viridescent Venera for both Hydro and Cryo. Well, mostly Cryo, I suppose, because let's be honest, Kokomi is not exactly going to deal damage. But I guess, yeah, it could work. And then as a last member in the team, you could go with a C6 Bennett. Although, once again, I don't remember which account has which character. So you might still not have your Bennett in there. But you can play a Melt Kaya with C6 Bennett, because Bennett will infuse Kaya's auto attacks with Pyro, and you can use that to melt into Kaya's circle of icicles. It's a thing. I've seen it. It apparently works. How good is it? No idea, but it's a thing, I guess. She wanted to examine me as a self-proclaimed psychologist. We met at a cafe and she wanted to proclaim me as insane from the get-go because my character doesn't like coffee. I see. A proper psychologist would not label people crazy or insane from the get-go or ever, to be fair. Generally speaking, psychologists do not use the word insane. They are supposed to use more specific diagnostics, like in terms of what type of condition you may or may not have. And even then, sometimes it's not really that useful to place a label on it. It really depends on the person. But yeah, I feel like that. I feel like that's how Kakanya would act. I don't know. I don't think so, because she is rather well versed in psychology, or rather psychoanalysis. While she lacked a lot of knowledge because it was simply not available to her back then, because keep in mind that Kakanya is a psychologist from the early 20th century. So it was barely the beginning of psychology as we know it. Therefore, she didn't have all the knowledge that we have today. That being said, I don't think she would go all that way and call people insane just because they don't like coffee. Yeah, but don't mess with her coffee, apparently. Yes, apparently so. I mean, if you're talking about her coffee specifically, like her coffee cup, then maybe you shouldn't. So, Kaya, Kokomi, Kazuha, and Bennett. Yeah, I guess so. I guess that could work. It's not exactly the best team I've seen, but, you know, it's a team, I suppose. Better than nothing at all, I guess. Do you not have any other character in that account? It's because right there, you don't really have a main DPS. Kaya is more of a sub DPS or a reaction enabler. Kazuha is more of a support. Bennett is definitely a support, and Kokomi is a healer. Kaching. Well. I mean, okay. Do you have a Dendro character? Do you have Dendro MC? If you have Dendro MC, then I would argue you could play a team with Kaching, Dendro MC, Kazuha, and Bennett. That way you can play an aggravate team, especially because you don't have C6 Bennett. That way, Kaching's Electro Infusion will not be overridden by Bennett. So it should still work, I think. I reached the lever today, bruh. Well, if that's the case, do you not get a free Collei in the Spiral Abyss? Collei could work if you have her. If you want, I think I can screenshot the conversation between me and Kakanya. Sure, why not? I'll read it later on, perhaps not on stream, but sure, why not? I am curious. But it doesn't exactly sound like her the way you described it. So maybe I'll have more of an insight while I actually read it. Bro, I don't have Abyss yet. Ah, well. If that's the case, then Well, I mean, if that's the case and you're still just barely reaching lever, I feel like your team doesn't really matter. You can probably play anything and everything because at the end of the day, you're still very early game and you can do whatever. Especially, yeah, because if we're talking about overworld stuff, generally speaking, you can do whatever you want, even if you're in endgame or late game, perhaps. You can pretty much use whatever you want. It really doesn't matter for overworld stuff. The only places where teams really do matter would be the Spiral Abyss and Imaginarium Theatre somewhat, because, you know, in Imaginarium Theatre, you can't exactly do or make the teams that you want to make. And hello, Zalgo, how are you? I tried to get back to playing Reverse 1999. I just ended up giving up because I get stuck on this one tutorial. I could not pass it, so I just quit the game. What tutorial could you not pass? To be fair, I played through tutorial missions a long time ago, at least a year and a half ago, so I don't exactly remember everything, but perhaps we can help you. Just let us know what it is you are stuck on, and maybe we can help you get past it. If you want to get back into the game. If you don't, then it's understandable. But it's also kind of too bad, you know, because the what do you call that? Reverse is a really good game in my opinion. The story is great, the characters are great, the music is great, and the gameplay, well, it depends. It's not for everybody, I suppose. Maybe the Elden Ring tutorial. He's talking about a tutorial in Reverse 1999. I don't know if there is an Elden Ring version of Reverse 1999. Although, I guess maybe the reveries might be that. Reveries, typically speaking, are harder than the rest of the content of the game. I myself am still stuck at 250 meters. To be fair, I don't really pay all that much attention and I don't go back to it all that often. I just do the weeklies that we have for the reveries and get more stuff for the euphorias. But yeah, I should probably pay a bit more attention to this. I killed the boss in the Elden Ring tutorial. Is that normal? I don't know. I've never played Elden Ring. I've never seen Elden Ring's tutorial, so I have no idea. And I assume it is normal. I mean, part of gameplay is usually to kill the bosses. And yes, I do have a mother, Rook. How are you? I hope you're doing well. Welcome to the stream. We are finally back, and we are back today for some Reverse 1999. Although I have to admit, now that Zenless Zone Zero 2.0 is out, I am very excited about that as well. I'm kind of waiting because I've been waiting for a week now to pull for Astra Yao. I've been waiting because I want to do that on stream. But yeah, I really want to pull for Astra, but I have to wait. And we'll wait until we are done with Reverse the Story first. Hello, Kosh. I keep forgetting how you pronounce that, but did you really have to start off with that word? Did you really have to start off with calling me old? Cache, or something along those lines. Sava, yes. I am an owl, and I am still doing well. I'm doing better. I'm not exactly back to 100%. I'm still a tiny bit sick, but I'm mostly better. In a few days, whatever's left is going to go away. Probably, I hope at least. But I no longer have a fever. I cough much less than I used to. My throat doesn't hurt as much, etc., etc. So I am doing better. How about you? I hope you are doing well. That being said, I am going to hydrate because that is important. And you know what? Even though it's barely been 20 minutes since we started, I am going to launch the game. Because, ladies and gentlemen, I have a plan. I have a plan which may or may not actually happen. We'll have to see. But my plan is to try and do 7 stages of reverse today, 7 stages tomorrow. That way tomorrow we can finish up with reverse the story. Because to be honest, I don't really like the fact that we did 5 stages not last week, but the week before that. We did one stage last week, and then I had to cut the stream short because I was sick. And now we're back at it. So I don't really like this viewing experience that I'm offering you for Reverse the Story, because it's kind of all over the place. So I'd like to try and finish it up, not in one go, because I know for a fact that I can't do that. But, you know, to try and give it a more consistent feel to the story. And also because, like I've mentioned, I really want to pull for Astraeo, so I need to get back to to Zenless Zone Zero, but I want to finish Reverse the Story first. So I have to do things in order, and I have to do them properly. And on top of that, we also have Genshin Impact, I believe, next week or the week after that. We also have Wuthering Waves coming back with a new update. Like, everything seems to be updating at the same time today, or these past few weeks. And getting sick during these weeks, not helpful for me. I'm okay while using the Herta spinning around. Is she holding beer? Are you drinking beer while spinning around? I would argue not to do that. I'm looking forward to that one game that I seem like some people talk about called Dust Knight Abyss that does an interesting... Dust Knight Abyss? I've never heard of that. No, it's Lemonade. Ah, I see. Makes more sense because I do know that you're not really a fan of drinking. So I was quite surprised to see that. But wait, Rook. The name of the emote itself is Pantom 2 Kuru Beer. It's in the name of the emote. It's in the name of the emote. So are you sure it's lemonade? I'm not entirely sure. And no, I don't believe it. I mean, it's written there, is all I'll say. It's all I can say. All I can do is read what is written. And I'm looking at images of this game that Zalgo mentioned on YouTube, which is called Dust Knight Abyss. I have never heard of that. It does look somewhat interesting. I would have to... Oh, it's not Dust, it's Duet Knight Abyss. It still doesn't change the fact that I've never heard of that game. But I will have to take a look at it later on. I am curious about it. Zalgo, do you know what kind of game? Well, I assume you know what kind of game it is. It seems to be a gacha game, of course, but I mean, like, is it a turn-based game? Is it more of an action RPG? Do you know what kind of game it is exactly? Now then, I can switch scenes because the game has been launched. Where is the game, though? Can the game be captured? Yes, perfect. And there you go. You can see our beautiful Recoleta. She is here. She is standing, not doing much. Mostly yapping in my ear, which is not quite convenient, to be honest. Let me do those. You know what? I'll do those after stream. That way we can jump straight into the story because we do have quite a lot to catch on. If I recall correctly, you guys told me that this story, chapter 9, was 20 stages long, which is why I... Wait, can I count properly? 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Wait, I have 19 stages. Wait, what? Why can't I... What happened to my counting? Because, yeah, no, 20 minus 6 is 14, so we should have 14 left to go. Or perhaps we have 15 because I should count the 20. Yeah, never mind. My mind is broken, but that is fine. Everything is fine. Point is, we should have around 14 stages to go. So if we can manage to do 7 today and 7 tomorrow, then we'll have finally accomplished the story, which would be nice. Not just because of the Zenless Zone Zero stuff and other game stuff, but just because I actually want to know what the hell is going on. Because we've barely scratched the surface of this story, unfortunately. We went to the prison. Now, all I remember is We met Recoleta in a cafe or something. And hello, Trip. Yes, we are going to prison indeed. And you know what? I completely forgot about that that sound alert. It's very appropriate for the theme of this of this story. But hello to you, and I hope you're doing well. Welcome to the stream. We're so back. How you've been? I've been sick, but I'm better now. I was sick all last week, and honestly, it was the right call for me to end the stream earlier last Wednesday and not stream the rest of the week because I was stuck with fever. I spent a lot of time in bed, which was not great, but you know, it is what it is. Got fevers? Yep. I had fevers, and I could barely open my eyes or keep them open. You know, when I had my eyes open, it felt like they burned. Even when they were closed, it felt like they burned, but less. So it was rather annoying. I couldn't do much at all last week, but we are back. I am doing well. Thank you for asking. Glad to see you back. Glad to be seen back. Glad to be here again because I have missed streaming. I have missed you guys. I have missed playing the games as well. Because honestly, all I've been doing these past few days was just my dailies. And I wanted to get to know more about this story, about this prison, about Aleph, about Recoleta, about Doris, about the Panther. I don't remember what she's supposed to be. Jaguar? Right, yes, the jailer is a jaguar, right? I think, something like that. I think it was a skill-like tutorial I was stuck on and I couldn't pass, so I just couldn't do it. I see. I think it was around like chapter 1 or 2. I mean, off the top of my head, unfortunately, I don't remember, Zalgo. Unfortunately, I don't really remember what happens. I mean, I remember what happens in terms of storyline, but I don't remember the tutorial missions. It's been such a long time. And if you want to get more into more specific things, maybe I can help you out with this. But otherwise, unfortunately, yeah, my memory of those times is very blurry. I'm working hard on becoming a voice actor. Nice! I hope that we do get to hear you in one of the games that we play. You're a wonderful and amazing person. Thank you. I'm grateful that I found your channel, and I hope and pray for your many successes and many opportunities for you. Keep up the great work. Thank you very much, Zalgo. I really do appreciate it. And I do wish you good luck on becoming a voice actor. I know the trade is not easy from everything that I've seen, especially, you know, watching voice actors such as Molly Zhang or Sayu, Alejandro Sab. Those guys, they sometimes talk about their own, what do you call that? Their own adventures, I guess. Their own, the way they became voice actors, and it's not always easy, but they do seem to feel like the work is really rewarding. So I do hope that you will finally make a name for yourself in the community. And now that I think about it, there was a video of Sayu talking to Lee, so Amanda Lee, the voice actress for Jing Liu, for instance. They had a video together where they talked about all things related to voice acting. I don't really recall the name of the video, but I'm sure it's rather easy to find, probably. It was kind of a talk show between the two of them. So if you want more information there, I would say that would be a good start. I mean, I suppose there are other websites because, yeah, actually, they have mentioned some websites that can be useful. That being said, the fact that they are both Americans might skew their way of thinking or the resources they have. Maybe it's only good for the Americans in the sense that, you know, some organizations only work for Americans and or for a specific country because that's just how it is. So if you're not in America, maybe, or rather in the United States, I should say, maybe that won't be as relevant, but online resources usually can be helpful, regardless of which country you're coming from. So maybe that could help. Anyway, That was a lot of yapping. Now let's let the game yap and let's see. Passion and delirium. Maybe this time around we'll finally meet Aleph. Because I'm not entirely sure the dude that we talked to earlier is Aleph. I honestly don't know. I'm just... So far with this story, I'm just kind of confused about everything. So hopefully we'll learn more about all of this. Passion and delirium. Open your eyes to see the night. Close them to see the light. Now that's a pretty saying. Not sure entirely what it means, but it's pretty enough. I was closing my eyes when I was sick quite a lot. I spent a lot of time sleeping. Is that what they're referencing?
This is a serious violation of the rules. I'll have to report this to the physician, and all of your treatments will need to be reassessed.
Right, I have no idea what we did back last week. So I don't know what the serious violation is supposed to be, but I hope I get to remember.
Until a new treatment plan is in place, all members of La Sociedad are confined to their cells without any of their usual privileges.
Ah, wow. Sad day for La Sociedad, I suppose. Risley. Oh no, gosh. I didn't think about it, but I guess you're right. This jailer is actually Risley. So does that mean that I have to main her just the way I'm maining Risley in Genshin Impact? Is that how we're going to do things? Oh boy. I mean, she's not playable, so unfortunately it won't happen, but could be a thing. But yeah, I really didn't see that one coming. Although, you know what? I feel like this jailer is kind of a mix between Risley and Shilonen, you know? She going to be playable in 8.3. I see. Well, I mean, we're in what, 2.6 right now? So we have 6 years to go before she becomes playable. But if I'm still streaming in 6 years, and if you're still watching me, and if we're still playing reverse on the stream, I know that's a lot of ifs. Let's see if your predictions comes true. And in 8.3, we'll have Jailer as a playable character. Although I wish she had a proper name, but apparently names are useless according to Recoleta, so there is that. The Jailer heavily emphasizes La Sociedad, triggering a commotion among the prisoners.
This is not what we agreed to.
You gave us your word! Affairs within La Sociedad were not to be disturbed!
Please, don't do this.
You do realize that you're in prison. Like, it's not like they're gonna just let you do whatever you want. It's the whole point of prison, I think. Yeah, some people tell me that my voice will be good for like a shonen protagonist. Do you mean shonen protagonist? Ah, I see. If you have to voice a shonen protagonist, that I do recommend that you do a lot of training on your voice, because generally speaking, shonen protagonists have to yell a lot, and yelling constantly like that could hurt you, so please do be careful. I mean, if you listen to most shonen protagonists, they yell quite a lot. And it actually reminds me that there was this video about the actor voicing Sung Jin-woo in Solo Leveling, Alex Lee. He hurt himself while voicing the character because he was screaming off the top of his lungs. So do be careful with that.
Please, he doesn't deserve this. No one does. We don't want to lose our friend.
The previously convulsing prisoner struggles to his feet.
Please, Senora. I swear it won't happen again. I'll take the medicine on time as instructed. I promise I won't hurt anyone.
I'm sorry, Mr. Pablo, but rules are rules.
Right, I do remember that we fought that guy at the end of the last stage, and that's the stage that I've been farming ever since, because I couldn't farm more stages since I hadn't completed them. And the thing that made me laugh is that when I tried it in story mode, because I used a very strange team of big-boobed lady, it took me like 3 rounds to be able to complete the fight, I think. Maybe, I think, or something like that. But when I did it in a hard mode to actually farm the stage, I used a proper team with Recoleta, Pickles, Lopera, and Medicine Pocket. And I completed it in one single turn. Like, Recoleta just one-shotted the enemy. Which made me think that Recoleta might be an insane character in terms of strength.
Before you take this poor man from his friends, may I ask you something?
Ah, yes, this guy, the idealist. That's the guy that I think might be Aleph, but also I'm not sure.
Do you know where these inmates go after they see the physician?
My duty is to keep order here. What happens beyond these walls is not my concern. Perhaps they've recovered from the physician's treatment and were returned to society.
The jailer's expression relaxes.
Within these walls, the only truth we know is this. No one returns from the clinic of the physician of Kamala.
Ah, well, that sounds like a problem. That doesn't sound good, especially in the prison/asylum place thing. So, yeah. I have a feeling this physician, also only known as a physician, not known by his actual name. I feel like maybe he's doing some kind of experiments on the prisoners, which result possibly in their deaths or something. It's clearly Freddy. Freddy has grown up. I mean, at least he's less annoying now, right? Now that he's all grown up. Maybe we might like Freddy now. And hello, Deidra. Hi, welcome back. Thank you very much. I am back indeed. I am no longer sick, and I'm ready to yap. And mostly, you know, finally play through the story that I started 2 weeks ago.
Are you certain this treatment they received is really a cure?
Pablo is harmless. He's just a writer who has a talent for finding words in poems. That's all.
Yeah, he also attacked us, so there is that.
Please, let him stay. We'll look after him. He can have our share of the medicine. We'll keep him in check.
Do not share your medicine. That is not how it works. Do not ever share your medicine. I mean, there are some harmless things such as, you know, paracetamol or things like that, sure. But if you're prescribed a specific medication, usually you should not share it with others. That's a very bad idea.
But this doesn't conform to our regulations.
Still as arrogant as ever, idealist. One day, you'll get us all killed.
A stranger enters the exhibition hall. As she arrives, the jailer exhales with relief.
Oh, it's you. I'm glad to see you here.
Who is that?
Prison beta packing lots of ibuprofen. I mean, if it's just ibuprofen, I suppose that could be okay. But still, I would not recommend sharing your medication, especially, especially because this is supposed to be some kind of psychiatric ward or something, you know, along those lines. So I assume those medications are actually specific to whatever conditions they have, each prisoner has. And you don't use the same medication on people with different conditions. So, yeah. And I don't think they treat them with ibuprofen.
That's Octavia, one of our model inmates. She's been a great help in the past.
Yes, and I keep asking myself that. I do remember Octavia playable when?
If you're interested in prison literature, I'd suggest talking to her instead of the idealist.
I'm a little sick now. Oh no. When I just come back from sickness, now you are sick, Deidra. I hope you don't actually get sick and you get to feel better almost instantaneously. Like I've mentioned, I personally, when I start to feel a bit sick, either I am going to actually fall sick and be sick for a few days, or just overnight, one good night's rest will do the trick and I'll be fine. So I hope it will be the same thing for you and you'll be fine after just one good night's rest. Now let the Jaguar be playable. You have a thing for the Jaguar, I see. You have a thing for the jailer, the chip. I mean, why not? You do you. I mean, technically speaking, she might be Risley's equivalent, I suppose. So I could understand, but does that mean that you like Polkra, Chip, in Zenless Zone Zero? Because Jailer really reminds me of Polkra. I was worse in days ago, don't worry. So you're on the mend. You're getting better right now. Good, good. So am I. So I guess we are alike in that regards. I hope that you do get fully better and you get 100% of yourself sooner rather than later. Not gonna lie, but she's one potential playable they miss. They can just make her a 5-star playable, but no, they forgot to add her, so... Did they really forget to add her, or did they just not want to add her? Is the question. But apparently we're getting a fat squirrel. So yeah, there is that, Chip. Instead of your beautiful Jagassi, as you call her, you get a fat squirrel. Are you happy?
So, she's a writer too. Who would have thought? This place has got writers coming out of the woodwork. I thought it would be easy to find my writer friend in a prison. But what are the odds that I'd break into a place absolutely lousy with them?
She used to be in their gatherings, until she got tired of their nonsense and started her own faction.
The new arrival brings out a change in the idealist. He clicks his tongue imperceptibly.
What are you doing here, Octavia? Haven't you heard? The era of chieftains, ghosts, and plantation stories is over. Visceral realism is the future.
And has this brilliant visceral realism helped you finish any of these poems?
Yeah, I'm sorry, man, but I prefer Octavia being playable rather than Jailer. I mean, Jailer seems nice, but I just think Octavia looks really cute. Although, in terms of personality, we don't really know her yet. And about Polkra, nah, not into furries that much, but my one friend is so down bad with any kind of furries. This includes Lycon, yes, and probably the playable Panda. God knows what's his name. I believe his name is Pan Yin Hu. And I see. Does that mean that your friend also likes Ben? Like the bear? Because, I mean, Pan Yin Hu and Ben are basically the same character. Except one of them is brown and the other one is black and white, right? One of them is a bear, the other one is a panda, but they are rather similar. If it has a beard, he'll be so bad, down so bad. I see. I questions your friends. Why are you friends with that person? No, just kidding. Let us not kink shame. Everyone likes different things in life, I suppose.
What a waste of time. I'm not interested in your movement or arguing with you.
Do they have a thing where... never mind. I was going to say, does your friend like little Ika, fat fuck? Do they like him? But Ika is not a... he's not a fur ball, he's just a ball. He's a big round ball, but he's not furry, I suppose.
I just walked by and happened to witness another episode of your brutal arrogance. And I'm not about to just stand aside and watch you repeat your mistakes. I'm taking Pablo to the physician. Care to lend a hand, Miss Jailer?
We agreed to mind our own business. Are you breaking our agreement? No one will be allowed to erase a word from our poems.
Are we fighting then? Are we fighting over Pablo? I see. Very well, let us fight over Pablo, I guess. Did I place these guys in the right order? I think I did, but I'm not entirely sure. Although I guess we should be fine. Nobody likes him? Who do you mean, Little Ika? Why do you not like Little Ika, Ktosh? Ika is actually kind of cute. Honestly, he has grown on me. He doesn't say much. Or she, sorry, she. Because we learned that Little Ika is actually a female pony, unicorn, Pegasus thing, horse. But yeah, she has grown on me, and I do really like the sound effects that she makes, the sounds that she makes. She sounds really cute.
Wishes to come along.
Wait, why are we fighting the two of them?
Haven't you let your ego cause enough trouble, idealist?
Better that than siding with the devil like you.
Enough. This pointless arguing ends now.
Oh, okay. We are putting an end to the argument by just punching them in the face. I see. I see, Vertin. That's certainly one way to do things. Fur is one of the criteria, and I don't know if Fat Fuck has one. It doesn't look like she has. Although technically speaking, horses do have fur. Generally speaking, rather short one. I guess it depends on the horse or the race of the horse. But yeah, Little Ika unfortunately doesn't look like that they have fur. So I'm afraid your friend might be disappointed. Now then, I do not remember how to play this team. I think I need to channel something with her. Debuff with her. I guess I'll use this first. And is this Recoleta's? No, this is Lopera's. So this one, right? Yeah. So let's go with that.
Give this a taste.
That fuck just looks like an inflated balloon. Yes, he does. He does.
Filosofía clásica. La acumulación de laberintos. Suéltalo todo una vez más.
I wish I understood what she said.
Nuestro adversario es el tiempo.
There you go. Once again, one round was enough.
Warning, warning. The puppy is fleeing the scene.
Man, Recoleta is really strong. I mean, I know this is just story mission, but still. And you're right about Fat Fuck. She does look just like an inflated balloon. With legs and wings that flap somehow. I wish they add a subtitle option on combat.
Stand down, both of you.
I mean, yeah, why not? Why not? Yeah, why not? It's actually a good idea. That being said, I suppose you can listen to the combat voice lines on the character's page. I think, probably, most likely, I think. And those have subtitles, right? Their heated debate continues without any concern for the jailer's warning.
You've never listened. I pity your followers. To be led by such a reckless megalomaniac. Do you even think about the consequences of your actions? We fought hard to earn the freedom to discuss literature under their watch. Your impulsive ego threatens to destroy everything we've built here.
Spare me the lecture, Octavia. We don't need permission to do as we please.
I had to go through profiles just to understand what their casting means. Fair enough. Fair enough. It was just an idea, but I believe that your thought or your idea of having subtitles during combat would be more helpful. But at the very least, it's not like we have nothing at all, you know. We do have a way of doing it. We're just too lazy to go through them. And to be fair, I say we because I too do not want to go through the profiles to actually listen to the voice lines.
You're just another puppet of power, kneeling to the eyes behind those glass walls. They've trained you to believe it was your own decision, to be good and conform. Who could have done a better job? When I look at you, all I see is a sheep. Docile and obedient, just the way the tower wants. What kind of work could someone like you create? Literature isn't defended by those lounging in cozy rooms, scribbling to soothing music.
Have you looked in a mirror, idealist? You've become a pathetic windmill-tilting fool, A monster tearing down everything around you.
A beast of prey, you mean? Naturally, a sheep would be appalled by the mere thought of such a creature.
Are they breaking up or something? Like, were there a couple before and now they're breaking up and that's why they are so bitter against each other?
A fearful sheep caught in a vine, confusing the blade that would set it free with the jaws of a lion.
Such a master of metaphor. But I beg you, learn to distinguish right from wrong, fantasy from reality. Only then can you truly lead our people toward what's right.
Distinguish right from wrong? Don't make me laugh. Is that the limit of your vision?
You...
They really do sound like a couple that just broke up. The impassioned leader jumps onto a nearby bench, striking a dramatic pose before the crowd. He raises his arms and launches into a speech.
Friends, listen to me! There is no truer home to literature than a prison!
Oh, a blast of deafening sound and all words falling from the air. The idealist's expression freezes. His eyes search down for air. An ominous shade of crimson seeps out. Well, that's called blood.
No!
See, she was angry at him because they broke up, but now that he's been shot, she's actually sad for him. The horrified arcanist stumbles back, screaming. I mean, I guess maybe that will bring them closer together again, you know?
Who did this? Hands behind your head and drop to your knees, all of you, now! This is your last warning!
Oh, I wish there was a sound effect going with this, instead of just her opening her mouth. Kakanya asks Apple? I don't remember seeing Kakanya interact with Apple at all, but Kakanya is already taken by Isolde, unfortunately, so it's going to be hard to tear those two apart. Especially because Isolde is kind of a yandere, so she might murder Apple if Apple gets too close to Kakanya. The prisoners show no reaction to the jailer's final ultimatum. They stare at the idealist, unmoving.
Idealist, you're bleeding. It's in your chest.
Yes, thank you for the obvious, Roberta. As his life drains away, the idealist appears unsurprised. He simply turns his gaze towards Recoleta.
You must.
Yes. Idealist?
Unfinished words dissolve into silence as the prison itself begins to tremble. The entire exhibition hall twists and contorts, its surroundings warping beyond comprehension, as if dissolving and expanding freely.
What's going on?
Oh god. There's a garden inside the prison? That's new, I guess. Probably. And by the way, got R5 the cash yesterday. Congratulations! Had to farm like 40 baits more just for 23 fishes. Congratulations. You know, at least now you no longer have to fish, right? At least now you're done. I'm not gonna use Xiangling anyways. I mean, depending once again on which account you're talking about, Xiangling is a great character in terms of gameplay. I mean, she's very useful, she's very strong. So, if you need a pyro applicator, she's there for you. At least now she's built, you know? I mean, R5 pipe won't be bad for Farina though. Is R5 pipe also something that you have to fish for, or can you just craft it? I don't actually remember. It's been a while since I've done any fishing or crafting, to be honest. So yeah, people telling my boys were good for action shows, so it might take solo classes to see how that goes. Oh right, your voice. I mean, yeah. classes will probably help you. I mean, I don't know the whole process of becoming a voice actor, but I would assume taking classes will help you develop your talent, and then you can go into auditions and hopefully book some roles.
Was he shot? Where did the blade come from?
From a gun.
Miss Jailer and you ladies over there, come give me a hand. We need to get him to the physician.
Her words ignite the first spark.
Did you do this, Octavia? You couldn't face the burning truth of his words, so you pierced his very heart instead, just as it was blazing with the fire of justice.
That's a very poetic way of talking about someone who shot someone else.
Or was it you, Jailer? Did you intend to crush the voice of poetry beneath your wheel of power? It has to be one of you devils in disguise, beasts in human skin.
Can't you see? I had nothing to do with this. I'm as innocent as any of you. I've been trying to keep order here, to protect everyone. And now you blame me?
I mean, if she has blood on her face, I would assume it got splattered on her face because she was standing not too far from him or next to him. So I feel like, you know, we would have seen if she had a gun in her hand and she was about to shoot him. Unless she's very good at hiding things or creating illusions, I suppose. Main stat, ER, 16% crit rate for skill and like around 15% ER more after using the skill at R5, I think. I see. It does sound like a good weapon for free-to-play Farina, I suppose. So I guess maybe you do have more fishes to fish out.
Don't listen to her! The idealist made it very clear! She's trying to get us punished for her own gain! You're a murderer, Octavia!
The prisoner's fury erupts. In the chaos, Senator blocks an arcane skill that pierces the air.
This is mad. You're accusing me without proof. It wasn't me.
This is getting out of hand. I suggest you ladies leave now.
No, wait! It all happened too fast. What happened to the idealist? Is he alright?
Well, no, he's been shot in the chest.
I didn't even get a chance to ask about Aleph.
As the tide of people surges around them, the line between life and death blurs beyond recognition.
I agree with the jailer. Timekeeper, Miss Recoleta, let's get out of here.
I still have no idea what's going on. The violent conflict rages on, and everything else becomes meaningless. The illusion of time dissolves, its flow unknown. Under the garden's influence, the frenzy of prisoners begins to resemble an unreadable chaotic epic. At this moment, an unidentifiable figure enters their midst, though no one takes notice. The newcomer scrutinizes the motionless corpse.
His vitals are gone. At last, some peace and quiet.
Is this Aleph, actually? So the idealist was never Aleph, I guess.
Well, for a liar and a thief like him, there's hardly a better end than this.
Or could this be the physician, or the physician is Aleph, or Aleph is the physician? He reaches into the idealist's coat pocket and pulls out a die. It is an artifact marked by patterns veiled in smoke, an object seemingly not meant to exist in this world, a 20-sided die known only through an omniscient perspective. And now it is stained in an utterly corrupted blackness. Does that mean that the idealist was working for Manus Vindictae?
Just as I thought. You had it all along.
I still have no idea what's going on, but very well, I suppose. That being said, we are going to have an ad break. Oh, and I have more reading to do. Okay, so I will activate the ads now instead of waiting 2 minutes and 47 seconds. And then we'll proceed with the reading material that we have here. Let me activate this. There you go. In the meantime, I shall continue to yap. Think better than R5 level 80 Favonia sword. Oh, never mind, I forgot I'm poor. It's R2. But I guess, you know, it will require more fishing if you want to go from R2 to R5. So there is that. But it does sound like a pretty good weapon. Just got an ad. Oh, well, congratulations, Tosh. I think this might be one of the first times that you actually got an ad. You usually tell me that you don't get ads, right? By the way, what's the difference between tap skill and hold skill on Kazuha, or is it just better grouping? Just in case you're actually ad blocked, or blocked by an ad, I will wait until I answer the question, just so I can make sure that you can actually listen to my answer. Ah, you're back. There you go. Perfect. I was waiting for you to tell me that you were back, just so that I wouldn't speak and reply to you while you couldn't hear me. The difference between the tap and hold skill versions of Kazuha is grouping, yes, and the cooldown. The hold skill will group more, but it will have a longer cooldown. And if I recall correctly, the hold version generates a bit more particles, like energy particles, when you do that. So there is that as well, probably, I think. Hold skill just make the suck longer. That is certainly one way of phrasing it, Chip. Yeah, the suction power of his skill when held is longer, and I do believe it is better as well overall if you need more to group a bit more, and it might work better against enemies that are not as easily grouped, maybe like bigger enemies. I'm not entirely sure. It's been a while, but I do believe that it is a slightly better version. That being said, you don't always need the hold skill. It depends on the fight you're in. Sometimes you just want a quick suction, I guess. I think I should probably stop this conversation altogether. But you've got an answer. Hold skill just makes the suck longer. There you go. That's the best answer you will get from us. I guess. Where was I at? I'm 21, still single, but I do hope that I do find love one day. I do wish you that as well, Zalgo. Love is not something that you find for yourself, but usually it stumbles upon you, I guess. At least in my experience, that's been the case. But I suppose you could go on many dates, use dating apps and stuff like that, and maybe that will be a way of increasing the probability for you to meet the one, or at least a one, I suppose. But your love is complicated, but it usually happens when you don't really expect it. Burgeon does pyro or dendro damage. Burgeon is dendro damage, just like Hyper Bloom, if I recall correctly. Burgeon does dendro damage, I think. Burning, on the other hand, might be pyro. Yes, burning is pyro, but burgeon is dendro. I think that's how it goes. And the ads are gone, which means we can proceed. The Weaving of Shadows, Volume 4. Fate is like a mirror. Its strongest reflections are shaped by time. Enter the darkness. No. Was going to drink, but may I have spilled some on my t-shirt. Well, I'll drink now. Up to this point, I have participated firsthand in several sessions of La Sociedad de Poetas de las Americas. Those literary experiments treated language as an advanced game, weaving reality and fiction into an invisible web, ensnaring everyone present in a maze of words. Never before had I been so intimate with literature or thought about it so deeply. I was amazed by how words could so vividly express both playfulness and values. Until that ordinary afternoon when a poet named Eduardo was reciting his new piece with refined rhythm, and Miss Octavia was discussing the state of Sao Paulo with me. No one noticed anything unusual about Mr. Julio's condition. Julio? Julio? Not sure. Julio? I don't know how to pronounce his name. And happy lurking to you, Swibby. Why don't we get a trial thing for a character when we unlock them so I don't have to wait until AR40 to get to Inazuma to ascend my Kazuha and Kokomi at least once? Nowadays we do get those, you know, with new characters now, you can do their story mission, I believe, and get some of their talent materials. At least you level them up to 70, I think. It's enough to do that. That being said, you might not have boss materials. I don't really recall. But that's only available for newer characters. It's not available for older characters, unfortunately. Next year, we're getting a 4v4 tag game of Marvel fighting game. I did not know that. To be honest, I haven't looked at anything Marvel related in a while now, in a few years. I think I've had my fill after Avengers Endgame, and there were too many shows going on at the same time, and I just gave up on Marvel as a whole. Not that it was bad, it's just too much, not enough time. Like, they gonna stay level 20 for the next 2 weeks at least. Yeah, unfortunately, that's just how it is, man. It gives 6 boss materials, but Kazuha's story quest is in Inazuma anyways. Same with Kokomi. Well, in that case, you're just screwed. And you just have to wait, unfortunately. I don't think that Genshin has early access to bosses and stuff like that, like we have in other games. So yeah, you're gonna be stuck with level 20 characters for now, unfortunately. Avengers Endgame was peak cinema. Barely watched Marvel movies right after Endgame. Same. I watched the last Spider-Man movie when well, I was going to say what happens there, but maybe I shouldn't spoil that. Being said, it has been a few years since it came out, but never mind. I watched one of the latest Spider-Man. I think it was No Way Home. I think that was the name of that one. And it was pretty good, honestly. I enjoyed it. But after that, I watched WandaVision. I watched the Loki TV show, but just the first season. And there might have been another one. Oh, right, the Winter Soldier and the Falcon, or something along those lines. I watched both of those. And after that, they're too much, and I gave up. And on top of that, from what I've heard, the newer movies didn't receive a warm reception, at least not from the few reviews that I've seen online and stuff like that. So I was kind of like, is it really worth my time at this point? Does Kazuha work with Raiden? Yep. And like Chip mentioned, Kazuha pretty much all-rounder. Yep. Kazuha can work with almost anyone. The only one he wouldn't work with would be Geo MCs, Geo main DPSs, like Navia for instance, or Ito. There is no point, right? He also wouldn't particularly work with Dendro characters, but there is a caveat to that in the sense that he could work with aggravate teams. Like, he would be able to swirl the Electro character if you're Electro character is the main DPS in that team, then Kazuha can still work. If you're working with a spread team where your Dendro character is the main DPS, and you just happen to have some Electro character as well, then the swirling doesn't really help overall. But other than those two exceptions, generally speaking, you can put Kazuha in any Pyro, Cryo, Electro, and Hydro team. Like, regardless of which one of these elements your main DPS is using, Kazuha will be good for them. Just like you wrote in the Tin Soldiers of Sao Paulo, the greatness of Latin America lies in its richness, and from that richness comes misfortune, not by insatiable greed. One man's poverty is another's feast. Suffering nourishes joy. They are like riverbanks, clearly divided. This duality, this paradox, isn't it precisely the kind of question we should be posing through literature? The thud of bone against the hard surface interrupts her. Julio is banging his head against the wall. Not enough, not enough, not like this. You can't grasp space and time. I'm still missing some essential language frameworks and thought patterns. With our current language system, I cannot catch the ghost of time. I can only let it slip away from the tip of my pen. I think Julio is not doing well. Mr. Julio, what's wrong with you? Unlike the panicked Octavia, the other inmates around Julio seemed unfazed. That wall is unscalable, Julio. I told you already. I can lend you some of my bandages from last week if you need them. Do not trade your bandages like this. Do not share your bandages, especially if they have any kind of bodily fluids on them. That is a terrible idea. For a permanently silent object, any form of narration is futile. In the end, you're just wrestling with your own shadow.
What are you all standing around for? Can't you see Julio is hurting himself?
Octavia is clearly flustered. Dores knows she must first eliminate any outside interference that might obstruct her ability to help. Miss Octavia, please calm down. Tell me, what do you see?
It's Mr. Julio. He's hurt. Bleeding.
Well, if he hit his head against the wall, then yeah, that would be pretty bad. By the way, we're getting a quantum reaction soon. Quantum acts literally anything, and it reduces the enemy's res to the element they were quantum to. Kazuha, but without Kazuha. I see. I don't really know where you got that information from, because I don't think they've officially announced anything like that. On top of that, if they actually wanted to put a quantum or abyss-related power, I think they would have done it with Skirk's release, because Skirk's power is actually not cryo. So, you know, she's pretending to make it cryo, but in truth, it's actually abyssal power or something. So yeah, Dainsleif posted it. Dainsleif? Do you mean is it on the Genshin Twitter? Is it on its YouTube channel? Is it on what? Did you see that? So bearer of bad news. What is the bad news, Chip? He tried to break through the mirror of language with his head, but it was actually a wall. By now, Dores has learned how to filter out the surreal embellishments typical of La Sociedad members in order to correctly assess the situation. Mirror or wall, it doesn't matter. Please take a closer look and describe what you see, clearly and without embellishment. What is Mr. Julio's condition? No, he sent us a mail? Do you mean like for his birthday or something like that? Oh, my bad. I wanted to allow Chip's message because it was held. You don't read the mails, do you? No, I no longer read the mails, honestly. I assume you're talking about, what do you call that? The birthday mails that they send. I only read the ones from characters that I like, but other than that, I don't really read those. But, I mean, how would he say that Quantum X literally anything reduces the enemy's resistance to the element? Like, it's kind of a strange thing, you know, to say inside the game. Like, I assume that you just interpreted his words like so, right? Fatfuck is officially banned on HSR's official Discord server. That's a bit weird, getting mod checked, but okay. Oh, the mod check problem was because you wrote fuck. That's just why, but I didn't know that they banned Fatfuck from the HSR's official Discord server. To be fair, I'm not in the official Discord server, but I mean, I understand, technically speaking, you know, it's not, what do you call that? It's not really, it's, what do you call that? It's a curse word, I suppose. That might be why, but I personally see the humor in that nickname instead of the fact that it is indeed a curse word, but, well, it is what it is. And why did Tosh try to time himself out? Like, what is wrong with you, man? I wish that Jamie never taught you this command. His muscles are spasming uncontrollably, as if jolted by a cold electric current. His face is tightening, twisting like he's struggling against a silent force. His fingers are curling into unnatural shapes. I think he has a seizure, is what you're saying, basically. He has a seizure. Yes, it's cause of her you can ban her now. Oh, I mean, there is no reason to ban her for that, but... especially because the command is there. Although, I guess, technically speaking, I can deactivate it, I think. I would have to look into the settings of stream elements. But funny is that the word has been around for like 2 or 3 weeks. Do you mean for the Fatfuck in Honkai Discord's server? I mean, maybe it took them time to actually reach that decision, or maybe it was too much and they decided, like, it got out of hand, so they decided to completely remove it. I don't know. It's kind of sad because, you know, the nickname is there to call the character affectionately. It's not an insult or anything like that. But I understand that official servers have to moderate things differently, I guess. His expression keeps changing. First pain, then panic, and finally, blankness.
Sounds like he's having an epileptic seizure.
Ah, called it.
Perhaps I could offer some help.
Guided by the sound of Julio's whimpers, Dores approaches. His head is bloody.
Please, Miss Octavia, help me, so I can help him.
Okay, could you lay him flat on his side? We have to stop him from hurting himself. I can use my arcane skill. Flashing lights could worsen an epileptic seizure. Does your arcane skill emit intense light? If so, I must ask you to refrain from using it. Octavia hurriedly retracts her incantation. She presses down on Julio's shoulder and lowers him into the cold, hard floor. The doctor kneels quickly and gently turns the man onto his side, preventing him from injuring himself any further. As time passed, Mr. Julio's convulsions began to subside, but his body remained stiff, his jaw clenched tight. I took a disposable bite pad from the first aid kit and carefully placed it in his mouth to keep him from biting himself. Eventually, the situation came under control and Mr. Julio's breathing stabilized. And there everyone went, straight back to the gathering as if it were only a minor inconvenience. Thank you for your help, Miss Erd. The doctor responds with a silent smile.
You seem experienced. Was it a major part of your responsibilities in São Paulo?
Well, she was a doctor there. She was called Dr. Doris. Yes, saving others is my profession. Writing is my hobby. In my home, I am first and foremost a doctor. Miss Erd, you have my utmost admiration. As a doctor, as a writer, and even more as a person beyond any social categorization. You, a doctor who actually lived in the favelas, pointed the barrel at yourself before wielding your words as a weapon. Compared to you, I've achieved nothing of substance. All I do is wave ideals around. And if that's enough, as if that's enough. Miss Octavia, I am simply a writer who follows her curiosity. I'm afraid I'm not qualified to provide you with any concrete advice, nor am I as great as you say.
You're well prepared for your vision and ambition, for modesty is such an essential part of writing, and you've just demonstrated a skillful use of introspection.
Thank you for your kind words.
But I'd like to return to my room and think for a while. See you tomorrow. See? Octavia is nice. Octavia playable when? Oh god, this is not over. The idealist pursues his ideal to erect a magnificent vision atop the tower of literature. Doctor, yes, Ktosh. Dores is supposed to be a doctor. Not Il Dottore from Genshin, thank God, but they might know each other. Who knows? Hopefully not. By the way, why can we apply Animo and then Pyro to swirl Pyro? I feel like it would help, but people would still complain. What? You can't apply Animo and then Pyro to swirl Pyro. You have to apply Pyro first, otherwise you're just applying nothing. I can't. Okay. That makes more sense. I mean, it would be helpful in certain situations depending on who you have in your team. But, I mean, it also doesn't make sense to be able to swirl an element that is not on the enemy. So I guess that's why. It's because it just doesn't make sense. And why would it be specific to Pyro, right? Why not also be able to apply Animo and then Cryo? But then which is which element is the game supposed to choose? Cryo or Pyro? If you're just applying Animo, right? So yeah, in terms of gameplay, it wouldn't make sense. It would be useful depending on the team that you have, but in terms of overall gameplay and overall balance of the game, I don't think that it would work. But for those outside the tower, what good is that magnificence? Here I am, locked away in a prison, my words going no further than these walls. I even only have my life because of my wretched father.
It was foolish to think that ideas alone could ease people's pain.
Ah, so Octavia has daddy issues. Maybe we are no different from the heretics who were burned at the stake in the Middle Ages. Perhaps only professionals like Miss Erd, doctors with real expertise, can truly save a person. Wait, but this prison does have a doctor meant to handle every kind of issue. His specialty is precisely in the mental field. Wait, is this Kekanya? Is Kekanya the physician? I didn't say specific to Pyro. Oh, okay, so the Pyro in your, what do you call that? In your sentence was just an example, I guess? But to get back to my point, regardless whether it is Pyro or other elements, how is the game supposed to know which element Animo is supposed to swirl if the element is not applied first? Like, which one is it supposed to be? Is it supposed to be Pyro, Cryo, Hydro, or Electro? if it's not applied, then the game does not know which one you want to swirl. So it doesn't really make sense. I once asked the idealist why the person in charge here wasn't a regular jailer or a police chief, but a physician. As expected, he brushed me off with some grandiose idealistic rhetoric. But why has the idealist always seemed so opposed to the physician?
Why?
Oh, why can't patients like Mr. Julio, who are clearly suffering, be sent to him?
Puzzles on top of puzzles. Questions after questions. My head.
Her sigh echoes through the circular building, and it is soon answered by a chorus of other sighs.
I can't do this anymore.
Aw, poor Octavia. I really hope she doesn't turn into a bad guy. Miss Octavia turned and walked away. Though she looked disheartened, I could still see the power of an unwavering force that drove her forward. What would that force be for me? Looking back, I too began to reflect on myself, to contemplate fate, that grand and irreversible force. Yeah, remember how I said I wanted to do 7 stages today? Given I kind of forgot about these mini stages or other stages, I guess, and this thing is still bugged. See, it's let me get back to it. Folie, Déraison. Come on, there you go. And now it's gone. Okay, so it is still bugged for some reason. But yeah, I didn't really count on all of the reading that we just did. So yeah, it might take us another couple of streams to complete the story. We'll see. By the way, what's meta crit ratio for sub DPS Moika with Kinich? 70 over 130, 140, or 60 over 160? 50 over 160, or more like 50 over 190, since she ascend with crit. Do you not have like 40% crit rate from the artifact set, or are you using another artifact set with your Moika? Because I do believe that the regular set that typically you use on a Moika would be the one with the Night Soul Burst thingy, and you get 40% crit rate, right? Sub DPS, so the Natlands support set. Ah, I see. In that case, I think I would probably go with the 70 over 140 rather than the other ones. Generally speaking, it's better to have a 1-to-2 ratio for your crit ratio, like 50 over 100 or 75 over 150, etc. So I'd go with the 70 over 130, 140. I think it's better. Because 50 over 190, the problem is that even though the crits are going to be bigger, you won't be critting enough for it to truly matter. So I would go with the higher crit rate ones. Especially if she's a sub DPS, her damage is not really what matters truly there. What matters is her pyro application for your Kinich to be able to get the burning reaction going, right? The Spider's Web. Open it. Reread it. Witness firsthand the events that transpired within the desert.
Ladies, I must apologize for what happened back there.
Yeah, I mean, I just thought of this, but isn't it highly unusual for a prisoner to have a gun? Like, I feel like that's a bad thing. Like, prisoners should not have weapons like these. I mean, that's assuming that it was indeed a prisoner who shot the idealist. It could have been someone else, but who else is there aside from the jailer and the physician?
We were caught off guard. There has never been a commotion of that scale before. I must report this to the physician.
Don't worry, Miss Jailer. We made it out in one piece.
Thank you for your understanding. Ordinarily, I would arrange to escort you to a safer location, but I'm afraid at this hour you'll have missed the last train. And the roads are icy at night.
And I will still be able to get better artifacts until her banner comes out. True, you will have a chance to get better artifacts. Oh, and now that I think about... never mind, because the artifact loadout that we were promised for next patch is not really truly an artifact loadout. So I was hoping that we would get that, because that would mean that I could switch between those two artifact sets. Because generally speaking, I tend to use my Mawika as a sub DPS for my Risley for melts, right? So I would like to have the support set on her. Technically speaking, I don't really need it because I do have a Shilonen in the team. Never mind. I don't need it. I saw someone simping for Jailer. I see. Is that Chip's friend that you saw, Daedra? Because apparently Chip has a friend who is simping for anyone furry-like. Who has furry-like features, I guess. I mean, like I said, to each their own. I see Jailer as a big cat, a big scary cat. I wouldn't want that in my home because I would be afraid to die. But, you know, to each their own, like I said. I think I will just craft the sands, though, since it's literally 7 crit rate and some random rolls into flat defense and EM. Sands, you can craft sands. I suppose you can craft anything if you want it. Generally speaking, what is recommended is crafting goblets because those are the ones that are the hardest to get. But I suppose sands can be a thing as well. I do remember crafting a sands myself, I think, just because I was annoyed at farming for a sands that I could not get. Hearing this, Recoleta exchanges a quick but meaningful expression with her companions.
Vertin, we can't leave like this. We appreciate your kind consideration, Miss Jailer. But we still have some unfinished business here.
I see. I'll arrange a clean room in a safer section for you.
I used offset goblet. I'm too poor for good goblets on set. I mean, good goblets on set are just a question of luck, right? It has nothing to do with being poor or not. It's just luck-based, unfortunately, because it's full RNG. Sometimes you'll get lucky, sometimes you won't. But the thing is, if you're not using an offset goblet, then you can use an offset other piece, right? To try and get the best out of your character. But if you already have an offset goblet, then yeah, sure. If your last missing piece is the sands, and you really can't farm more, then you can craft it.
We'll do our best to ensure your safety tonight.
Yeah, so we're staying in jail overnight. I see. I didn't know that you had such personal kind of visits. Like, you got to stay overnight inside of a prison. I don't think that in real life this things happen, right? But, I mean, who knows? I've never been to a prison. I've never visited one either, so, you know, maybe that's how it goes. Night falls as the girls huddle together, scrutinizing their unfamiliar surroundings.
They actually found us a spare room.
Bleak, quiet, and somber. It's a cell like all the others.
It's kind of surprising that they have spare rooms. Usually they say that prisons are overcrowded.
Don't worry. This isn't the first time we've ended up on the wrong side of the bars.
At least this time we're just here for the night. Not a full sentence.
Sonetto lets out a whisper, thin protest.
Though, this cell is quite different from the ones we've been in before. Not just the cell. The whole prison is unlike anything I've seen.
Yeah, I would agree with you on that.
And the society they've been running here isn't some mere pastime. They're having real discussions about meaningful topics, even though the rest of the world has been cut off from them.
But we're still in an arcanist prison. A place where conflicts and violence can erupt at any moment. Let's not forget that. Miss Jailer warned us from the start. These prisoners are mentally unstable and potentially dangerous.
I wanted to use the Earth Shaker for her, but then I realized it won't work for her all the time since burning can't really expire. What is the Earth Shaker though? I don't remember. Which weapon is that? I assume it's a weapon that you're talking about, right? But I don't remember which one it is. Regulus with a ship is meant to be a ship would likely sink. Senator with Vertin is meant to be sent to prisons, no questions asked. Yeah, I guess it's their fate. Sorry. Senator with Vertin always ends up in jail, and Regulus' ship always ends up in the bottom of the ocean, right? Some people just have that kind of luck, you know? It's sad, but it's life. That being said, sometimes Regulus also ends up in jail, and then she ends up bitten by 37. And that makes for a funny story to tell the grandkids, I suppose. An Earthshaker buffs skill damage if you do a pyro-related reaction, but unless I just wait until burning expire, I just can't use the buff all the time, so I'm gonna use the Fontaine craftable. It buffs attack after being healed. And it is a Natlan craftable. I see. I've never really taken a look at Natlan craftables, to be honest, so just because I don't like the look of the weapons, so I don't want to use them. But I assume they might be good. The only one I know of is the sword, because I know that it was a defense % sword that I could put on my Shilonen. But then I put a Favonius sword on her. But yeah, I mean, if you say so, is all I can tell you, man. If you think that the Fontaine craftable one might be better, then go with that. I really can't tell you more than that. Like I said, I don't know the passives of each of these weapons. I don't even know their main stats.
Miss Recoleta, with all due respect, we can't afford to see this place through rose-colored glasses. We'd be overlooking the risks, as we did earlier.
And with all due respect, Soneto, we didn't overlook any danger. At least I didn't. A writer must be observant if she is to accurately reflect the world in her writing.
Does that mean that you have observed exactly who shot the idealist, perhaps?
But you...
We came here with different goals. And still, none of them have been accomplished. I suggest we focus on our respective missions, instead of fighting with one another.
Apologies, Timekeeper. Miss Recoleta, I take back everything I said.
Don't apologize, Soneto. I'm at fault too. Sometimes I forget that words can be as sharp as swords. You were only thinking about our safety. I shouldn't have been so rude.
Wait, she was rude? I mean, no, she wasn't. Why are they apologizing? They're just talking. I feel like they're apologizing for no reason here.
I actually really admire how you fought back there. If you'd allow me, I'd like to write a poem for you, once my novel's finished.
Earthshaker buffs 32% skill damage at R5, so I had to get it for Kinich. I pre-farmed literally everything from Aweka already, is just the sands. If that's the only piece that you're missing, then yeah, perhaps crafting it would be a good idea. The thing is, when you're crafting a piece of equipment like this, like an artifact, the question is, how long are you willing to wait or not to be able to get the piece of equipment? Because eventually you might be able to get a sans just by farming, you know, but you don't really know when or how you will be able to get it. Or no, you know how, you just don't know when. So if you're patient enough, you might just get it. If you're not patient, then crafting it would be a pretty easy solution. Pretty Spanish owl wife. I don't know if she's my wife here. I'm still very faithful to Kakanya. But she is a green wearing brunette with green eyes as well, just like Kakanya, so maybe there is a connection there. But she is well, she's not, she's Spanish speaking, I suppose, because she's from Chile.
That's terribly kind of you. But honestly, I think we've had enough poetry today to last a lifetime. Let me know if you change your mind. By the way, did either of you see what happened to the idealist?
So basically, Recoleta offered to give them a gift, and Vertin just replied, "Yeah, no thanks." I mean, it was a poem, but still. Recalling their recent conflict, the indomitable girl finally hesitates.
The jailer told me she went back to the gallery once everything calmed down.
And?
She found nothing. No blood, no shell cases, not even a trace of the idealist.
How does a prisoner disappear from a prison?
Timekeeper, now's really not the time for ghost stories.
Do you mean that maybe the idealist somehow managed to get out of there on his own? Or perhaps someone else helped him?
Maybe it was all staged to make him be able to escape the prison. That could be a thing, I suppose, I think. I'm gonna farm the domain for years anyways, since I still need the DPS set for her too. My DPS team is gonna be Mawika, Shilonen, Farina, and Timu, Sitlali, Diona. Yeah, it could be a good team, good enough, I suppose. It is indeed a good team. That being said, oh right, she's a sub DPS in your Kinich team. What is your the rest of your Kinich team? It's Kinich, Mawika, and who else? Argentina? We are in Argentina, yes. We are in Tierra del Fuego, so we are at the tail end of southern Argentina.
Well, according to the idealist and our jailer, any inmates who are unwell will be taken to the physician.
I love how she says unwell. Yes, being shot by a gun is usually... it makes you unwell.
It's possible someone brought him there, while everyone else was shouting and running about. You're right. It could be that he's with the physician right now. I'm relieved. That was a sudden plot twist, but a visionary of his magnitude doesn't deserve to die in silence like that. To be fair, the gunshot was quite loud, as was the ensuing commotion. Nonetheless, he couldn't have just died like that. I mean, the writers would riot if a writer were to kill off a character so abruptly.
Yeah, but real life doesn't really happen like a story.
But you believe he's still alive too, am I right?
She knows her words are merely a cover. She needs an answer. A real, undeniable answer.
There's nothing that we can be certain of for now. But on a brighter note, we didn't come back empty-handed from our mission either, Sonetto.
Didn't we? What did we gain?
We found Dr. Dorez's signature in the gallery.
Oh.
You were right all along, Recoleta. She was here.
But we didn't see her at the gathering. Could something have happened to her? Like with the idealist?
Like, why? Do you mean that she was shot? I hope not. Kinich, Mawika, Chevreuse just for the healing, and Noblesse buff, and Nahida for the Dendro Rest Shred with Deep Wood set. Man, just put Bennett on the banner already. I swear if Bennett is gonna be on Skirk's banner, and I get Skirk by accident, I'm gonna quit. I did not lose to Mizuki just to get a character I didn't want. I mean... who else? Who is rerunning alongside Mizuki? Alongside Skirk? It's Mawika, right? So at least you can pull on that banner while, unless you already have Mawika. No, you said you pre-farmed, so you don't really have her yet, right? So you can pull on her banner while trying to get a Bennett as well. That being said, I believe that at least one of the characters will be Dahlia on those banners, right? So you will get him, I guess, for whatever he's worth. I don't know exactly how good he will be. I know he's supposed to be a Hydro Shielder, or I think, or something like that. Maybe, probably. Skirk, Shanha, Mawika, Emily. Oh, Skirk is with Shenha and Mawika is with Emily in the second phase. Ah, my bad. I was mostly focused on Emily because she'll be the one that I'll be pulling for during the next patch. I don't really have much saved up, unfortunately, so we'll have to pray. But yeah, I completely forgot about Shenha. Sorry, sorry, Shenha.
Do you think she was also sent to the physician and never made it back? This is all just speculation. If we want to find the Idealist, or Dr. Dorez, we need to speak to this physician first. Miss Recoleta, do you believe that the Idealist could be your pen pal, Aleph?
Ah, so he might actually be Aleph. I see. But why wouldn't he identify himself as such when she asked him? Because I do have a vague recollection that she actually asked him and he skirted around the question, I think. After I get Mawika, I will try to get Emily at early. Hopefully you will. I mean, Emily would be really good for your Kinich, right? The two of them pair really well together, if I'm not mistaken. Because she is mostly a burning unit as well. So hopefully you will be able to get her. I might need to explore Leve already. It's the only region that I did not explore. Yeah, you might need a lot of pulls to be able to get both Mawika and Emily. So I still can get some primer gems. Yeah, I mean, exploration is definitely pretty much the only way to go, I suppose, aside from events and Spiral Abyss and Imaginarium Theater. But if you're unable to complete Imaginarium Theater and Spiral Abyss with full stars, then yeah, the exploration will be your best bet. Dahlia, the first 3-star from Genshin Impact. I know, Deidara, you really don't like Dahlia. I don't mind him as much. I mean, I quite simply don't care. Whether he exists or not, his design, whatever, I just don't care.
Whether he is or not, he's still my best lead.
That name touches a nerve once again.
Amigas, I've had this strange feeling in my gut since we got here. Something is slowing us down.
Really? I feel like everything is wrong in this prison.
Now to figure out what it is.
A silent fear grips her, like ripples suddenly appearing on a once still lake and settling in its quiet disturbance.
Look, it's a wild guess, but just wait till I finish. It feels like everything happening in this prison is somehow connected to my novel, El auge y la caída de la cordura.
The rise and fall of sanity. I see.
We're no strangers to wild guesses, and sometimes they're closer to the truth than you'd think. So this, the rise and fall of sanity. Sorry. What exactly is your story about?
A good question. Because she's been talking about it while not really talking about it for a while now. I watched some guy on YouTube that calculates how much primos you can get per patch, and it was around 55, I think. I think it's supposed to be closer to 70 or 80, not 55. I feel like 55 is really low. So, I mean, if I recall correctly, because yeah, usually there are some people who actually 55 wishes. Yeah. No, I assume it wasn't just 55 primo gems. I understood that, man. But I still feel like it's really low. As far as I can remember, it was supposed to be more closer to like 70 for free-to-play players and maybe 80 to 90 for battle pass and monthly pass people. So yeah, I feel like 55 is really low for some reason. I will explore a bit more and get another 30 maybe? I'm at 30 PT guaranteed right now. I mean, at the very least, you should be able to guarantee yourself your Mawika, right? So there is that. I like his design, but they really just destroyed what can be one of the most powerful characters from Mondstadt in terms of lore. what lore is there about Dahlia? Do we know anything about him? Because I don't really remember. I mean, the only place I saw Dahlia was during the Albedo trial, and we know next to nothing about him. We just know that he has a position in the Church of the Church of Favonius, right? Is that the Church of... No, it has another name, doesn't it? Well, the church, anyway. He's in the church, basically. But other than that, do we actually know anything? 9,410 primos. Yes, I'm guaranteed to get her, and that's all I really need. Yep, that's all we really need, generally speaking. Being sure that we'll get the character that we want. Finish setting up my room. Congratulations. Are you still on your 3-day trip? Why? What room are you setting up? Are you staying at a hotel, or are you staying at a friend's place, maybe? He's like the high position in the church. Yes, he does have a high position in the church. But other than that, I don't think that we know anything else. At least as far as I can remember. The question scatters the midnight gloom. Outside, moonlight spills over gray-white snow.
Huh. Nunca pensé que te interesaría. It starts... Sorry, it's been a while since I told it from the beginning. A few years ago, I worked as a forest ranger. It happened in a desert town called Amalfitano, in Sonora back in 1975.
Okay. Forest ranger in a desert town. And I don't know where Amalfitano is, or if it's actually a real place, or just, a fictional place. I know very well about Venti. Right, he's supposed to be Barbados's herald or something like that. Maybe even the secrets. He probably does know the secrets, the same things as Venti does. Well, no, never mind. He probably doesn't have the same knowledge as Venti, but he still probably knows a lot more than he lets on, I guess. And Ktosh, you wrote Jesus Christ to you. Why did you write that? What does it mean? Two patient listeners watch the stammering girl waiting for the next part of her story.
You know what? Most people say the beginning's a bit hard to get into. Except for Aleph. I'm thinking of rewriting it.
Yeah, right now might not be the point of thinking about rewriting things. So, perhaps give us the version that you have currently.
But if you like the sound of it so far, maybe I could read you the latest part I just finished?
She studies her readers' expressions, guessing madly at their responses.
Please.
Aw.
Todo empezó con los datos de frecuencia de las cintas.
Oh, is this some kind of a horror story or something like that? And wait, I'm going to grab a screenshot of the three of them because they look cute all together. Owls, do you like hotels? Not particularly. They are useful, I suppose. I prefer my own home, or being staying at a family member's house or a friend's house. I feel like it's usually more I can't find the word. Not cheerful, joyful, I guess. Yeah, it's usually better that way, but depends on the circumstances and where you go exactly, I suppose. So sometimes hotels can be useful. I don't really think much about them.
El patrón general parecía haber cambiado. Al principio, la investigadora de paracausalidad lo atribuyó a un error estadístico. Un fallo, tal vez. Oh, sorry. But after a few days and long nights of meticulous calculations, that explanation only became less and less plausible. The odds of success and failure kept shifting, and the chance of repeating the previous result kept growing. It was as if someone had tampered with the rules and tweaked it to their liking.
I see. Quick question, because she spoke Spanish earlier, right? Do Soneto and Vertin understand Spanish? Because otherwise there is no point in Recoleta telling them a story in Spanish.
She took her findings to Amalfitano, the town of nothing, as they called it then. Near the old looms, she met a blind weaver who spoke softly of an old tale.
By the way, why can Kazuha skill multiple times while in the air, but Kinich can do it only once? No idea. I didn't even remember that it was a thing until you mentioned it. It's been such a long time since I've actually played Kazuha. I mean, I haven't played him in the overworld in a very long time. I've played him in the Abyss and stuff like that, but not in the overworld. Beautiful? Yes, they are beautiful indeed. That sentence was so tough, not gonna lie. What do you mean, what was tough? Pretty much they went vigorously in the amount of language training. I guess so. I guess they learned everything. They're good. Good for them.
I heard a strange rustling at dawn, like a die rolling along a wooden floor. Then the morning light dimmed and died. That was the last time I saw the sun, my own hands, or the threads I worked with.
Why is the camera focused on Soneta's boobs? I believe she's underage. Cameraman, please stop.
The second time I heard the die roll, I was told the oxen in the fields sank to their knees and never stood again.
Based. Do you have a thing for Soneto, Chip?
By the third roll, the fields were crawling with frogs. Plows ran over them, and some still writhed, squeezing themselves deeper into the cracks in the earth.
Good afternoon, and good evening.
Yes, good evening to you, Tosh, but you've been here for a couple of hours already. Cameraman knows his fetish? I suppose so. But I still question it because of Soneto's age, you know. I wish I could, but I can't unsee that yee long ass neck. True. She does have a rather long neck. I guess it's just the design of the character, because generally speaking, yeah, anime characters can have pretty long ass necks because of the way they're designed. But do you really fault her for that? I mean, poor Soneto, she didn't ask to be born that way, you know? Just like Fat Fuck didn't ask to be born fat. Soneto did not ask to be born with a long neck.
The fourth time the die rolled, 10 dormice plunged into the sea in a strange sleepwalk. And 10 bears feasted for the last time before winter arrived.
I have really no idea.
The final roll of the die was cast in a cage during a duel. Before a crowd of eager eyes, the winner left with 10 pounds of gold, and the loser left with 10 flies, which fell on him to feast.
Do you guys actually understand the story? Because so far I understand nothing. I'll be honest with you. So far I understand nothing. Whether it is Recoleta's story, or rather, you know, her novel, or the whole prison bit. I have no idea what's going on. She could be Constantine's daughter due to the giraffe-ass necks. True. Constantine really does feel like she has a very long neck and a big head, I think, compared to the rest of her body, at least. I really hope that Soneto is not related to Constantine, because I don't really like Constantine. Just finished Mondstadt Archon Quest. Venti got kicked by Signora. It should have been me, not him. Fair enough. But unfortunately, you can no longer be kicked by Signora because she's no longer with us. But she might come back for those of Signora mains who, you know, still cope or hope. Not gonna lie, but what is she yapping about? She's telling us the story of her novel basically, but I have no idea what's going on. All I understood was it was about a forest ranger in a deserted town. He found some frequencies, tried to analyze them, didn't really manage to do so. And then there was a story about a die that was cast in a cage, but yeah, I'm lost, man. I'm lost. Yesterday I ended my 17th 3.3 HSR playthrough. God damn. 17th. That's a lot. At least I hope you just, continue to enjoy it. But hopefully also soon enough we'll have 3.4 and even more story to devour. Yeah, I basically have the same reaction as Vertin and Sonetta here. I'm just like, what? The quiet spreads through their cell like a rolling tide.
Is that all?
I feel like what she just said, even though I'm guessing it wasn't mean-spirited, it's probably the worst thing you can say to a writer when they're telling you about their story.
Seems like it.
So me, yeah, it's, poor Recoleta.
Well, there's more, but I haven't quite figured those parts out yet.
I see. I mean, we knew that the novel wasn't finished yet, but there doesn't seem to be much, to be honest. It feels like we barely started that novel of hers. What if Signora is Tsaritsa but undercover, and we've already talked about my theory about her kid? I mean, if the Tsaritsa... It wouldn't make any sense if Signora was Tsaritsa undercover, especially if the Signora is dead. That would mean that the Tsaritsa is dead, and that wouldn't really work either. She's gonna spawn an ice field with her skill dealing over time cryo damage with some decent off-field cryo, and when she bursts she turns into her pyro form, dancing around like deluxe charge attacks, but better. Yeah, but that would mean that you would have two elements, and I don't think Genshin is ever going to release a character with two elements. It would be too broken because they would be able to react with themselves. Me reading the latest chapter of Rent-A-Girlfriend. Wait, do you actually read Rent-A-Girlfriend? Because all I've heard about that anime, I'm talking about the anime, not the manga or the novel, if there is a novel, but I haven't heard good things about Rent-A-Girlfriend overall. Do you actually read that, Chip? And do you enjoy it? Because, yeah, from what I've read, or rather, yeah, the reviews that I've read, it doesn't sound great.
Any thoughts? Anything. I can take it. Please, I really need some feedback.
We can't give you feedback right now. You need to do more to write more, I think. And the real question I have is, what kind of connection do you see between your story and the whole spiel at the prison? Like, what's the connection there?
I wonder if the protagonist ever finds this die of Babylon in the end. Oh, Vertin, it isn't a real die, it's just a metaphor. Oh, I see. I must have missed that. Sorry. Still, it's a beautiful story. Sad, but beautiful.
Yeah, sure, let's go with what Vertin said.
The story is still too obscure, isn't it? Aleph warned me about this. In our last correspondence, he suggested adding the Blind Weaver to shed light on the hidden theme.
The what now?
It helped at first, but even with his sage advice, no matter how hard I tried, the plot just didn't seem to move forward. Feel stuck in that village with them, lost, dazed, isolated inside their small, disconnected moments. Something crucial is missing, leaving gaps between the characters and the scenes. Should I change the storyteller's perspective? Start a different angle? Or maybe rewrite the characters completely? What should I do?
That was a lot of questions. Before the writer sinks into a swirling vortex of self-doubt, someone decides to push for something tangible.
Apologies, but you said your story somehow connects to what's happening here in the Panopticon. What makes you think that?
Yes, that is a good question.
It's a strange feeling. Like Everything here belongs to a dream I once had. Only, I can't remember it.
I still don't see the connection with the what do you call that, the story you just told us.
Do you mean that you have a sense of déjà vu? It's nothing to worry about. Our psychiatrist friend Kakanya told me those moments are often the result of a dysfunctional connection between two parts of the brain, like a little glitch in our heads.
Oh, Kakanya mentioned, yay, Kakanya still exists. And she's still alive, I think, I hope. Probably. Yes, Kakanya mentioned, I'm happy. Ah, my beloved Kakanya has been mentioned. Maybe we could get to see her again. I mean, this whole chapter is called Folie, Folie et Déraison. Folie means insanity in French. So, I mean, like, she's kind of an expert on the subject. Her girlfriend is completely insane, right? So, where is my Kakanya? Thank you, Soneto, for mentioning her. Now, please, show her to me.
No, it's nothing like déjà vu.
The storyteller snaps back, politely agitated.
Déjà vu is a single moment, a specific situation. But here it's everything. La sociedad, the rules, the idealist, even the incidents in the gallery. Each one unfolds in a similar pattern, like the grooves on a record, telling a story I feel I've listened to before. Amalfitano and Comala. They're two sides of that same record, playing out the same tune. Whatever happens in my story seems to be happening here too.
I'll take your word for it.
I had that feeling when I met you as well, Miss Vertin. At first I thought it was only an interesting coincidence. You're much like the first character in my story. A traveler with a suitcase.
The girl rambles on, desperately relating to her characters.
But then I realized, the doctor, your Dores, she's like the blind weaver who lost her sight to the dye despite having always been faithful to it. And the jailer, she's the bank clerk who assisted the corporation in taking over the town in order to escape her past. And the idealist, he's the murdered donkey driver. And the dye of Babylon... No.
The murdered donkey driver. I forgot about that one.
Mis queridos amigos ficticios. ¿Qué rayos les está pasando?
Wait. Are you saying that everyone we've met here matches a character from your story? Like some kind of archetype? That sounds unbelievable. But then again, maybe you're onto something.
Maybe you are, even though I don't exactly see that connection. Wait, let me snooze the ads again. There you go. No, but eating popcorn just to see this dumpster fire going on. I see. Okay, why not? I was hesitant about watching Rent a Girlfriend just because I was on the market for a romance anime, and technically speaking, Rent a Girlfriend has the romance tag on it, but from what I've read about it, doesn't seem to be a great romance. And yet it has like 3 seasons, I think. At least 2, if I recall correctly. No, because the skill disappears and she can't do anything else than spinning around while in pyrofoam. That's why it's balanced. By the way, can we just talk about how Dia's burst end if she jumps? Like, why? I don't know why. It wasn't a good idea to do that. Like, Dia's kit is... I don't understand it either. I don't understand anything about Dia's kit. Nothing makes sense. She scales half of HP, half of attack. We all know that, generally speaking, dual scalers like hers don't work all too well. And her burst is poorly designed. Her skill is very slow to apply pyro. And on top of that, she can't even have 100% uptime on it, you know. It's all just, yeah, I don't know. They completely messed up, in my opinion, in her kit. Insanity and hysteria are 2 different things. Unfortunately, even Kakanya just backs straight out of it. Fair enough. I mean, hysteria was just a way of calling a woman insane back then, when we didn't really know what was going on. It was easier to just staple one word on it. and call it a day, basically. But could we really say that Kakanya backed away from Isolde? She kind of did. I mean, to be fair, Isolde did murder her own brother, even though it was maybe in self-defense, maybe not. It's a bit of a complicated mess. And just don't. You have been warned. Okay. Very well. I shall not watch Rent a Girlfriend. I didn't really have any plans to, unless you convinced me that it was a good romance, but yeah, like I said, most of the reviews I've read don't really mention any good romance there. But let's be real, she won't be playable anyways. My idea is too good for this game. Oh, if you're talking back about Signora, don't know. I couldn't tell you whether or not she will be playable. First and foremost, she will have to come back from the dead. No, but brutally honest, my idea is actually cool. Yeah, I suppose your idea is cool. I still do question the balance of things, and the playability of things. How exactly would that kind of character would work with other characters, you know? Just slap some EMs on Dia and congrats, you fixed her. Do you mean to play like Burgeon Dia? Technically speaking, she works, but Thoma is a better Burgeon character. What? Je comprends pas. Et je dois faire quoi? Je ne comprends pas means I do not understand, and je dois faire quoi means what do I have to do? Some random Diluc may join me. Yeah. Je ne comprends pas means I do not understand, and what do I say then? I don't... whatever he's trying to do, try to explain to him what you guys are trying to do, because he doesn't understand what he's supposed to do. Tu as une mission à faire ou... do you have a mission to do? Do you have a quest to do? Or something else, I guess. Or he basically ended this the sentence with, do you have a mission or? That's all I can tell you. Rent a Girlfriend is more of a comedy for being funny. The series still going, getting some trash-ass development. I see. So, yeah, I'm really not going to watch it.
You see the world through a different lens that none of us share.
We is yes, right? Yes. We is yes.
Not just the characters. The events here are mirroring my story too. Aleph. He's the only one who truly understood my story. If things are playing out just like my novel, then maybe Aleph is in fact still here.
Okay, on that suspenseful sentence, I will take an ad break and take a break myself just because I, what do you call that? I need to grab something to drink, and I have snoozed the ads 2 times already, and I would like to keep the last one just in case. So, yes, thank you for the hydrate. I need to grab something to hydrate myself with, and I need to stretch a bit. Yes, thank you very much, Trip. I am going to do just that. In the meantime, I shall leave you with a bit of music, and I shall be right back. And I am back. Let me switch scenes. There you go. The scene has been switched. Where is my chat? My chat is here. What did I miss? I just watched the season 2 of Sono Bisquet Doll. I never knew how to pronounce that, but that's my dress-up darling, right? It's much better. But wait, my dress-up darling season 2 is not out yet, is it? Wait, I have to watch it because I really enjoyed season 1 of it. And on top of that, Marin Kitagawa is voiced by Amalie, by Amanda Lee. So I really love her in that role. But I don't believe that it's out yet. Let me check. My Dress Up Darling season 2. Yeah, oh, it was recently announced. I mean, it's been announced a while back, wasn't it announced a while back? Ah, but it's supposed to air in July, so it will air sooner rather than later. Good to know. Thank you. I kind of forgot. It is on my to-watch list, to be fair. But for now, all I can do is wait, because we are not in July yet. But I'll definitely watch it when it comes out. Although, part of me kind of wants to wait whenever the dub comes around, because I've really grown accustomed to the dub, and I absolutely love Amalie as Marine. She's doing a great job voicing her. Like, I can't detach her from the character anymore. I've watched it in sub version, like the JP dub. I've watched it as well, and it's good, but I'm so attached to the English dub that I might have to wait until the English dub is released for that anime. Attends, je vais acheter quelque chose. French is weird. Lamar, I can't be the one speaking here, like if I would be from France and saw something like this. Like, what the hell, from French I'm cooked. I've no idea what you mean, and I don't know what you wrote. Let me check. From Polish, it means Krzysztofer Kononowicz, I guess, or something like that. I don't know why you wrote that. As far as at the ATT that you saw is actually a shortened version of writing attends. It's not a proper way of writing, it's just a way of writing when online or with friends. You wouldn't write it with like your boss or something, but attends means wait. Je vais acheter quelque chose means I'm going to buy something. I don't know what they are buying, but you know, there you go for the translation there. Did you also watch My Little Sister Can't Be This Cute? I think I watched it. It does remind me of something, I think, but I'm not sure. It rings a bell. Let me check. My Little Sister Can't Be This Cute. Have I watched it? Never mind. I thought it rang a bell, but does it have a My Anime List page? My Anime List. There you go. Emo. No, I have not watched it, but I do remember seeing it on my anime list and wondering whether or not I should watch it. Did you enjoy it? What did you think of it? Alright. How to say goodbye and thanks? I'm too poor for the redeem. Oh. Au revoir et merci, or salut et merci. Let me write that down for you. Salut et merci. There you go. Salut means goodbye in a casual way. Technically speaking, salut can be used as both a hello or a goodbye. You can use it as both. And merci means thank you. Another thing, More Than a Married Couple But Not Lovers. I have watched that one and I actually enjoyed it quite a lot. It had a lot of heart. I wasn't exactly convinced at first when I started watching it, but I stuck with it and I really enjoyed it. And Yamada-kun at level 999? What Was it 999 or was it another number? I don't actually remember. But I know which one you're what do you call that? You're talking about, Yamada-kun. I do remember that anime as well, and I have watched it, and I liked it as well. It's not as romantic as other romance anime. I would say there is a romance, and it's the main storyline of the anime, but I feel like it's mostly focused on slice of life / comedy, and until the last episode, the romance is kind of like a subplot. I can't really say that because technically speaking, the whole time the main character, the female main character, is always thinking about the male lead. But yeah, I don't know. I don't really know how to describe those things. Allons dégommer ces choses. That means let's go kick these things' asses, basically. Why am I getting déjà vu when you mention those tags? Do you mean in terms of romance and comedy? We've talked about it on the channel before. I remember we talked about it. I don't remember what we talked about exactly, but I do know that we talked about anime and romance and comedy before.
Are you suggesting that someone is controlling the panopticon in order to make it follow the same plot as your story?
Oh, could it be Aleph? Because Aleph is the only one who knew of Recoleta's story because she made him read it, or rather they've been exchanging about it, right? So maybe Aleph is actually recreating her story inside of the prison. That being said, I still don't really understand anything, but it could make sense.
That they've set the rules, started the poetry group, planned the attack on the idealist, and tried to prevent us from finding Dr. Dores. If that's true, Miss Recoleta, it's very likely that the one acting against us is in fact Aleph himself.
Sorry, Vertin, I kind of stole your thunder there. Recoleta never expected the chain of reasoning to unravel this way.
But No. How could that be possible?
Well, who else could it be? She interrupts, only for confusion to creep onto her face moments later.
Why? Why would he do this?
That I have no idea.
I don't see any reason why he'd be connected. He's an intelligent, cultured, and profound person, not a common killer.
I mean, you can be an intelligent and cultured killer as well, you know. The killers come in all shapes and sizes, you know.
No, none of this adds up.
Remember, Dr. Doris was brought to Ushuaia by the Xeno rebels, and we know they're connected to Manus Vindictae.
Yeah, which reminds me, like, how did Dr. Dores went from being brought here by Xeno to just wandering on the street and ending up in a prison? Like, how did that happen?
If this Aleph really is hiding Doris from us, he may be working with them.
Or he could be trying to protect her. But he doesn't know that we don't mean any harm to her. That could also be a thing. Recoleta stares blankly for a time before clumsily shifting the topic.
Oh, my... Soneto. I didn't know you had such a flair for stories. Maybe you should join us and become a visceral realist too. I think you're only imagining things. Perhaps you were inspired by this strange prison? Perhaps we all need to start writing our own stories. Come out now. Whoever's out there, speak up. How can we help you?
Who's there?
Who is there? To be continued? Ah, no, it's a fight. Oh, wow, okay. Did not expect that, but why not? Where was I at? I think since Kazuha and Kokomi are from Inazuma, I will be able to use both of them. I won't be able to use both of them until Inazuma, since the only fight that I might have problems with is going to be child. I think weapon and decent artifacts are going to be enough to keep them usable. But I might need some help with someone to help me with Mago Kenki. Well, if we do happen to play at the same time on Genshin, if you do see me connected, you can ask me for help and I'll help you with Mago Kenki. There is a date event in ZZZ. How that sounds? Yes, there is are you talking about the movie event? Like you go to movies with various characters. I have started that event just because I want the rewards, because I want as many polychromes as I can. And because when we get to ZZZ 2.0, I will be doing my polls for Astra Yao, and then Yishuan, and then Astra Yao's Wenjin if possible. Because my goal is still the same, make my premium Evelyn team the best I can. And on top of that, it's not like I can do much with Yishuan. And her free-to-play 4-star craftable Wenjin is actually not that bad, apparently. But I have started the event to get that. I've started the event with the Bellabog people as well. I don't really understand what the hell is going on there. I'm fighting inside of a Bangbu mech. No idea why. To be fair, I haven't read through that event. I've read through the event in the movies because just it was funny to go watch a movie with Miyabi, for instance. But I've only done a couple of them. I think I did the arcade girl, whose name I'm blanking on, and then Miyabi, and I think for now that's it. I haven't done much in that event. No, outscreened the dates. Outscreened the dates? What does that mean? I'm not sure what it means. Alright, I'm gonna go unlock the Abyss. I think Kazuha will be good enough to get Kale, since until floor 8 they are just spamming 20 enemies per floor. The easy Abyss is just a grouping check. I see. Honestly, I have no idea what's in the Abyss anymore. It's been such a long time. I kind of forgot about it. But yeah. If you can unlock Kale, it might help with your Keqing team. Like Keqing, Kale, Kazuha, and Fleg's fourth spot, I suppose. Bennett would be good if you do manage to get him, or I suppose, yeah, Kokomi would work as well, kind of. Though it would turn your team into some kind of dysfunctional Hyperbloom team, I guess. Off-screened. Yeah. Unfortunately, generally speaking, events are things that I will do off-screen, or rather off-stream, I should say. Just because time. I don't have time to stream everything, so I have to pick and choose, and generally speaking, I tend to choose main story stuff, because, you know, there is that. But when I do have the time, I like to stream, you know, character stories, or agent stories as they're called in ZZZ. But those are permanent, so it's a bit easier. Whereas the problem with events is that some of the limited rewards will be gone if you don't do them in time. And the thing is, I never know when I will have enough time to do events on stream. And generally, like I said, I pick main story stuff first. When are you going to do the Abyss blind with Arlecchino and Nuvi only? Never. I don't really see a point in trying that. I don't think my Arlecchino is strong enough to do the Abyss alone. Nuvelet, on the other hand, he might. But the problem with my Nuvelet is that he's not C1, so he does not have the interruption resistance, which is really annoying without a shielder, basically. So yeah, I don't think I'll ever do that, Ktosh. And being blind is even worse. Who are we fighting? I do believe this one is supposed to be Octavia. I don't really remember this one. Do we know? No, Prisoner's Shadow. Prisoner's Dark Figure. Okay, never mind. We shall never know. Let's channel debuff. Fire off for ultimate because I don't really have anything else to do.
In todos los momentos.
And there you go.
Fresh from the crucible. Cosmología, filosofía clásica.
Okay, at least one of them is dead. But I think we should have enough to kill both.
Nuestro aliado es la verdad.
Okay, good. Thank you very much, Recoleta. You're as strong as ever.
That's what it's all about. Life or death battle and victory.
Don't worry, Owl. Yeah, no, it's just kind of a shame. I wish I had more time to stream, but I just can't. Like, I physically can't stream more than what I do. 4 streams a week is the max I can do, and I know it because I've tried doing 5 days a week, and my vocal cords would not allow me to do that, unfortunately. So I have to pick and choose. It is what it is. Although, can we replay events? I suppose we can, technically speaking, right? The Central Tower. A silent and merciless order of ideals. I, once again, still really don't understand anything about this story so far. The heck?
Easy, easy. It's me, Garcia. We met at the gallery earlier.
Did we enter hyperspeed or something? What was that special effect earlier? I know the feeling of not having time to do everything. Yeah. Time is always the most precious currency after all.
Please, I come in peace.
Recoleta pays no mind to the young man's explanations. Her focus holds on the woman beside him.
It's you, Octavia! The murderer herself!
Wait, calm down a second, you know? Calm down a second. Stop jumping to conclusions. Just because one crazy person said that Octavia murdered Aleph / the idealist doesn't mean that she actually did it, you know? Azure Lane collab is from 6.6 to 18.6. I have to keep playing Azure Lane intense these days. Just for the collab, I see. Good luck to you on that.
Please, calm yourself, Miss Recoleta.
Gacha games in general can take a lot of time.
The jailer has already confirmed that she wasn't the one to fire at the idealist. The shot came from somewhere else in the room.
Recoleta bites her lip, giving up a little space to the intruders.
Miss Octavia, what brings you here at this hour?
She can come to me at any time.
I come here out of goodwill. Believe me, I didn't want any bloodshed either. I understand you just arrived today. There's something you need to know about the inmates here.
Their visitor's expression is wary and low.
We're outcasts, rejected by society and literature, and our privileges are limited within these walls. But before I started my own literature group, I struck a deal with the Panopticon authorities. If we cooperate and stay out of trouble, they'd leave us be. We could discuss literature freely and openly in Comala. Such a thing may seem trivial to you, but this is of immense importance to us.
I mean, I suppose it's nice enough, I guess. Be right back, I will get water, some watermelon.
Excuse me?
I see. And that was a joke according to you, Tosh.
I was just caught off guard by the absurdity of
Bon
the
appetit for you and hydrate well, because technically speaking, watermelon is very hydrating, I suppose. Gacha games sometimes take hours when you're new to but MMORPGs took your time always. Yes, I was an MMORPG player, 8 hours a day daily. God damn. I wish I could have done that. I mean, to be fair, I have played my fair share of MMORPGs and I've spent a lot of time in them. The game, I guess, the one game that I spend the most time in, I guess it would be Counter-Strike. It is not an MMORPG, it's an FPS, but I absolutely loved it. And I also played a lot of GTA 5 or GTA Online, to be fair. I think like I have 1,600 hours in GTA Online, and over 2,000 200 hours in Counter-Strike. I don't remember which one I have the most hours on, Source or Global, but I played both. Global Offensive, I mean. But yeah, I used to play like 8 hours a day, especially when I was in vacation. I didn't have school or anything like that. I would play for hours and hours and hours. The good old days when we didn't have to worry about anything else.
Oh, there's no happier thing in this world than discussing literature. No one should ever put limits on it.
You're right, Recoleta. But we're prisoners here. There are certain rules we have to follow.
Yeah, that's the whole idea of being in prison. I mean, you might have been falsely imprisoned just because of political ideas or stuff like that. That is a thing. But the fact remains that when you're in prison, you're not supposed to be free. Not entirely, at least.
Except the idealist didn't see it our way. He refused to compromise, believing that the long poem and his so-called ism could break us free from the cage of the ever-watchful eye.
So he wanted to break free from the prison?
Perhaps he was right. You might have achieved more if you'd listened to him. After all, visceral realism keeps us connected to who we are.
You're still in a prison.
You have to believe in the truth of visceral realism. Because out there, beyond these walls, many of us still do.
Yeah, but they are in a prison, Recoleta. They can't just walk out of the prison just because they want to. Generally speaking, you're put inside of a prison non-voluntarily. And even if you went in voluntarily, I don't think you could still just walk out, like, whenever you want.
And what has it changed? Garcia, you're the latest inmate here. Tell us, 3 months ago, before they arrested you and took you here, what has the visceral realism movement accomplished out there?
Besides them, Garcia, who had been patiently leaning against the railing, produces a metallic vibration on its grates. A rough paper roll burns between his lips.
At first, it was revolutionary. Young poets joined in droves. We held gatherings. And the literary world seemed alive again. I was just a kid when the leading poets left the city. Everyone thought it was only temporary. But it didn't come back. And nothing has happened since. No one says it. But we all know. Visceral realism died in 1977.
I assume something actually happened in Argentina in 1977. Unfortunately, I am not well versed in Argentinian history, I guess.
No, not for me. It's not dead as long as people still believe in it. I believe in it.
Yeah, but if you're alone in believing in it, then, you might not be able to accomplish much unless you're able to join with others who are like-minded and then form a movement, and then you get arrested because the government does not want to hear your voice and all of that. And the only good part is that Azure Lane is mostly battle, so I can still listen to 3.3 playthroughs. Well, if that's the case, yeah, I understand. Like I've mentioned before, I also watch videos or stuff like that when I'm doing dailies, or when I know it's just battles. Like when I'm doing Spiral Abyss or stuff like that, I always have a video or something going in the background, because I don't really need to pay attention to what's going on my screen. Octavia ignores the childish remark. She knows that conviction can be as fragile as spider's web.
Belief, faith, what is this obsession with the true self? Why does your type always insist on there being a true self hiding beneath our roles in society? Our disciplines?
Look at the idealist. He never once stopped fighting for what he believed in, even long after he was put behind these bars.
Yeah, and look what it got him. Dude got shot.
Idealist, what a name he gave himself. Who will he be when he finally breaks free from the eyes of the central tower? When he's left without his willful audience? And nobody. That's what.
She's got a point.
And that is a truth even he is terrified of.
Miss Octavia, I hope you come with something more important to share than just some criticism of the idealist.
I love Vertin. She basically said, shut up and tell us actually interesting things, please.
You're right. I have an important message for you. Dr. Torres. I heard you were looking for her. The woman from the Sao Paulo Veterans Residence. She used to write under the name Erd, didn't she?
Yep.
Yes, that's right. Do you know her? You're the first person I've met here to speak plainly about her. Do you know where she might be?
To be fair, Octavia is the first person with whom we are able to have a proper conversation, because the other inmates so far, they haven't made a whole lot of sense, or rather they are stuck they are stuck talking about their literature and stuff like that.
We crossed paths, but only briefly. I'm not sure where she's gone. Maybe the authorities know. However, she left this with me. I think you'll need it more than I do.
No. Octavia hands over her personal folder. Before they might open it, she has already turned to leave.
We have other matters to attend to. I'll leave you to your business. Garcia, shall we?
See, Octavia is nice. She should have been playable. Their visitors leave in haste, their faces and expressions obscured by the night's shadows. The Foundation's investigators open the worn manuscript folder with caution.
The physician told me the horrifying truth about the panopticon of Kamala and the power behind it. Manus Vindictae.
Oh no, Octavia has the cursed mother's hairstyle. Ah shit, I didn't pay attention, but you're right. And I was actually thinking, she's an NPC, she looks pretty good. I mean, in terms of design, she's well detailed, is what I mean. And she does look cute, I guess. She's rather nice with us, or somewhat. And now that you mention it, cursed mother hairstyle. So, yeah, I had already a bad feeling about her, but now that you've mentioned this, we pretty much know what is going to happen to Octavia, don't we?
By becoming the Panopticon's sole patron, they seized control of the resources and the allocation system, turning this place into a living hell. I suspect that the physician, the current highest authority here, is responsible for this situation.
Ah. So the physician might be working for Manus Vindictae?
I discovered that the inmates were put through brutal training, even when they were too sick to carry out their tasks. They also forced pure-blood arcanist inmates to wear their masks, effectively turning them into murmuring puppets.
Just as we suspected. Manus Vindictae is orchestrating everything.
Yeah, but what's their endgame here? What's their plan? Why are they controlling a prison?
No wonder we didn't find them in the city. They've been hiding here all along.
No one would have thought to come looking for them here.
They snap the folder shut. A familiar signature seen on the forward page of UTTU magazine, and the receipt from found in Sao Paulo's heartfelt home.
But why would Miss Octavia bring this to us? What's in it for her?
A good question, actually. Octavia, please untie your hair. If only she could. If only she could. But as you mentioned it is a curse. Once the hair is tied and put to the side, it is over for her.
Do you think she's trying to mislead us, Timekeeper?
Maybe. But the handwriting in that notebook is most certainly Erd's. If she's leading us astray on purpose, why? Miss Recoleta, what do you think? Could she be Aleph?
Not a chance. Haven't you seen how she denies everything beautiful in the world? Aleph would never be so biased.
Speaking of bias, have you checked yourself out, Recoleta? Because I feel like you may or may not be very biased as well.
No. Aleph is like a mirror. He reflects both light and shadow.
If Aleph is like a mirror, I feel like there might be a connection to Kakanya once again, so maybe Kakanya could show up. Why didn't Vertin bring Kakanya along with her? Because Kakanya is part of Team never mind. Kakanya actually joined a special investigative team, and Yeah, she's not exactly part of Team Vertin, technically speaking. Well.
But, Octavia, maybe she hasn't looked at the shadow within for a long time. I know that look on her face. It's the look of a writer. I've seen so many like her during my trip. The faces of a lost, struggling generation.
Mm-hmm. Under the night sky, Kamala Prison stands like a forgotten gravestone covered by fine, cold snow. In a room repurposed from a prison cell, three girls in search of someone share an absurd, bizarre tale. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the central watchtower, a jaguar knocks on a secure door.
Dr. Merlin, I'm here to report on today's events.
Oh, they're called Dr. Merlin. Interesting. I don't suppose they have anything to do with the wizard, right? I mean, we are in a world with arcanists, so I guess Merlin could have existed as well. But what about King Arthur, then? Did you meet Big Titty Goth Dommy Mommy Queen Aleph yet? No, Jamie. I mean, maybe. If Aleph was the idealist, then yes. But all we've met is the idealist. So, at the very least, right now, we haven't met anyone who called themselves Aleph. Which is quite unfortunate.
Come in.
Where is King Arthur? Is it right now? I don't know. Dead, probably. And I don't know if he ever existed in that game. In this game, in reverse. Frantic writing breaks the quiet of the room. The jailer's visit does not deter the man behind the desk. He continues writing, wholly absorbed, as if each letter were filling the world around him.
There was a commotion in the gallery today, sir.
It was a bit more than a commotion. Someone got shot.
An inmate known as the Idealist was severely injured. The inmates nearby said he lost consciousness from blood loss.
Perhaps you should mention the fact that they were shot? Because, you know, generally speaking, prisoners are not supposed to have weapons, especially firearms.
However, after we put everyone back in their cell, the Idealist was gone. I made a sweep of the grounds, but there was no trace of him.
Yeah, that's another thing that I don't understand. Why is the jailer the only jailer that exists in this prison? Because typically speaking, in prisons you have several jailers, right? And one of them could have stayed with the Idealist while the others were putting back the other guys in their cells. On top of that, I think the best thing she could have done should have been to grab the Idealist first and put him in the infirmary or something like that, and then go back, I guess, and deal with the other prisoners. But yeah, but none of this makes sense. 354 is my favorite number. 354 is your favorite. May I ask why? Why such a specific number? So he didn't die like I thought from the trailer. And this jailer is not enough. Yes, one jailer for a prison is not enough. And I guess he did not die. I mean, as long as we do not see a dead body, I've said it many times before, as long as we do not see a dead body, the character is not dead yet, at least in my opinion.
It's possible that he regained consciousness and went into hiding. I'll perform a full search tomorrow.
The Jaguar finds herself quite unexpectedly concealing the truth about Pablo.
No need.
Oh! Oh ho ho ho! Dr. Merlin, the physician, strangely enough, looks like Aleph. And I mean, he does not just look like him, he is him, right? So we are meeting Aleph right now.
Sir?
He knew the consequences of breaking the rules, did he not?
Sir, with all due respect, I think today's incident proved just how dangerous it is to let the inmates keep their weapons.
Wait, what? They actually allow the inmates to keep their weapons? What kind of a prison is this? What the fuck? What kind of prison would allow their inmates to keep their weapons? Oh my god, how stupid are you people? I'm sorry, I like the jailer, I like Aleph, I like everyone, but god damn. Oh wow, I did not expect that. I did not see that one coming. It's literally him and same VA. It does sound like him as well, yes, definitely.
We never should have let them walk around with deadly weapons. Even if we had to, we should have doubled the guards. We can't expect them to follow their own rules simply out of fear of the central tower.
Double the guards? Wait. So does that mean that you go from 1 to 2 because you're the only guard, or does that mean that there are other guards in the prison and you're not the only one? Because if you're not the only one and there are other guards, then what the hell were they doing while the idealist was being shot? Or rather, what have they been doing afterwards? Like, while some of them were putting the other inmates in their cells, why wasn't there a guard keeping, staying with Aleph and maybe treating him or bringing them to the infirmary? What the... This prison is run by idiots. I'm sorry, jailer, I'm sorry, Aleph, but man, you guys are absolute morons. My mind is breaking at this point. Like, who runs a prison like this? Good grief. Oh god. I can carry my 17 rocket launchers and 23 shotguns into prison. Yes, apparently so. You can do that, and then you can do whatever, because, yeah, nobody cares. Because they made a deal, I guess, or something. Dr. Merlin and the jailer seem like they never ran a prison. Yeah, I feel like you're right. They've never run a prison before, and they probably should not. The physician interrupts her sharply, with no hint of concern.
Such matters fall beyond your purview, jailer. You only need to do what's required of your title.
Yeah, and she's not really doing it.
Is there anything else?
There is another thing. 2 guests from the Foundation came through today. They said they were looking for someone named Doris. They've shown a willingness to cooperate, though they were involved with the incident in Corridor 0.
Well, by involved, do you mean like we were present when the dude was shot? Then yes. The sound of writing continues. A report is disregarded. The jailer takes a deep breath. The next part is difficult to say.
Sir, there is one more thing. I told Miss Octavia we're short on rations, and she's adjusted the inmates' portions accordingly, but that won't last long. Manus Vindicti stopped providing supplies back in March, and Sino has collected all the prisoners they had previously placed in her custody.
Ah, so Manus Vindicti was providing supplies to them. Interesting. This all happened in one day? Yep, apparently so. It all happened in one day, and their main warden, who's supposed to be the physician, does not seem all that concerned about anything.
I just wonder why they have so suddenly withdrawn from Ushuaia and brought all the prisoners with them. I also noticed that we haven't received any orders from the government since Warden Tartuffe was transferred. In fact, we haven't had any communication with them at all. Sir, in frank terms, we're facing down a serious shortage of medicine, food, and basic supplies. At this rate, the Panopticon will soon be unable to operate. Where will our inmates go then?
The man before her says nothing for a long time, his pen still flickering over the page.
Can we ask the Foundation for help? They've sent their people here. Maybe they're interested in the Panopticon? I could arrange a meeting if you like.
You're unusually talkative today.
The man finally stops writing and looks up.
Pardon, sir?
And he's unusually unconcerned with the state of his own prison.
That's fascinating, you know. You've become so much more concerned about this place and its inmates than when you first started. You are now dictated by your title.
Okay, so we now have confirmation that this is Aleph indeed. I mean, we know it just because the way he looks, but I'm still... I still don't understand a single thing about this story. I don't understand how this prison is ran. I don't understand how he can be so calm when she's telling him that we have no medicine, no food for the inmates. Like, he's... Why is he the one in charge of this prison?
I didn't mean to overstep. I'm sorry.
You can go now. I have a great deal of work to do. Oh, and one more thing.
What kind of work are you doing? You're certainly not taking care of your prisoners. He beckons the jailer back before she leaves.
Make sure this month's Kamala Congress is held according to schedule.
Yes, sir.
The Jaguar disappears beyond the door, metallic footsteps fading into the distance. Only then does the physician allow his suppressed frustration to surface.
How many times have I warned you about this? The idealist has to go. He's nothing but trouble for us. You're too soft on him, Aleph. Look at the mess he has us in now. Calm down.
Oh, is Aleph actually just another personality of the physician?
He's a rabble-rousing thief, a self-destructive maniac, a snake in the grass. He even stole the tea of Kamala from me. He's nearly ruined everything we've worked for.
The what now? The heck is the tear of Kamala? The man angrily raises the once lost and now found die. In the dim room, it flickers with a comforting glow.
It's only a die, Merlin. It does nothing more than a die can do. You were there today. You saw what he did. He managed to change the panopticon with this die, even if only for a second. He'll ruin my work, Aleph. He's a slave to his passion. His head is filled with impulsive thoughts. I don't trust him. We can't trust him. I've done everything you've asked. Now it's time to do your part.
I don't really understand what this die is supposed to be. Like, are you going to play a game of D&D or something? Aleph responds with indifference to the physician's frustration, continuing his writing without pause.
Time's ticking down. I can't afford any further mistakes. No one can be permitted to stop my experiment in the panopticon. I'll prove it to them. That we have found the path to the ultimate answer.
Okay, but what's the question? I mean, I'm also curious about the ultimate answer, but what's the question? To be continued, I guess. The question is what's next for us. And what's next is the ant meal. The truth is, no one can truly bend fate. Except for someone who has the power to rival the will of the world. His name is Ether. He's a descender and all that. I really don't understand anything so far. I'm so confused about everything.
La cabaña con el techo azul estaba silenciosa como siempre. En un sueño fugaz, la investigadora de paracausalidad descubrió la verdad detrás del dado de Babilonia. Examinó cuidadosamente los patrones ocultos, como un astuto astrólogo rastrea los movimientos de las estrellas. Lo que pueda parecer errores o accidentes no niega las verdades del destino. Por el contrario, afirman su existencia. Solo pregúntale al gran Heráclito. En un universo no observado, el dado de Babilonia gira perpetuamente, dictando el destino de todos en un tiempo que es tanto infinitamente largo como infinitamente corto. Mira, cerró los ojos. Respetaba la aleatoriedad de los números y el destino. Respetaba el juicio del dado. De lo contrario, se habría perdido sumisamente en los huecos del tiempo y bajaría para siempre como un fantasma en el olvido.
In the solemn prison hall, under the half-light of the next day, the prisoners of Kamala gather. Octavia steps onto the podium with a stern expression.
First, allow me to make one thing clear. I had absolutely nothing to do with what happened to the Idealist yesterday. I swear it on my career as a writer.
Screenshot time before she's no longer screenshotable because she's too dead because of her hairstyle and everything else that points very clearly to the fact that she's not going to remain alive for long.
As you all know, the Idealist and I are the representatives of the two factions of La Sociedad de Poetas de las Américas. As you also know, we have been at peace since the Let Sleeping Dogs Lie agreement was signed a few months ago.
Why is the Let Sleeping Dogs Lie thingy glitching? Like, why are certain words glitching? Because I do remember that from previous streams. Sometimes, very specifically, some words glitch out for some reason. I still don't really have an answer to that one.
Despite our differing views, we have coexisted to this day under the watchful gaze of the Central Tower. Rest assured that we will work tirelessly to locate the missing Idealist.
Don't put so much pressure on yourself, Miss Octavia. His death wasn't your fault. After all, he was the one who threw the first verbal dagger.
I'm betting a shotgun or a knife to the heart. For what? For Octavia? I hope it won't be a shotgun, because a shotgun is messy. And, yeah, it wouldn't be pretty. I mean, people being killed is never pretty, I guess. But, yeah, shotguns are particularly nasty, I suppose. Hopefully a knife to the heart, at the very least, it's quick, you know. If she has to die, I just wish for her not to suffer. The murmurs cascading below reach the ears of the prisoners from another faction.
Show some respect, you morons. The Idealist is missing, not dead. I'm sure he'll show up in one piece before we know it.
Better face the hard truth now, Roberta. Though, I have to say, it won't be easy for you to find a new leader as mad as him.
A polite cough from the hostess poses the heated debate.
Please, everyone, quiet down.
I'm betting a slow and painful death. It's not what I'm hoping for, but I have a feeling that you might be right, unfortunately.
According to the agreement, today's Congress should have been chaired by the Idealist. Since he is still missing, I will be acting on his...
Pardon my lateness. Go ahead. I'm ready to moderate.
Unfamiliar footsteps break the regular pattern of events. The jailer leads her visitors to the entrance of the prison hall.
Miss Vertin, I looked over the incarceration and visitor records from the past 6 months.
And let me guess, you have seen no sign of Erd/Dores. Is that the case? Actually, I have a theory. Aleph and the Idealist are the same person. Could be a third personality, because we have the physician and Aleph, or rather Merlin and Aleph are both one and the same, I think. And then maybe the Idealist would be one of them as well. But how come the jailer does not realize that? Because the jailer has been in contact with the Idealist, she has been in contact with Aleph, or rather she has been in contact with Merlin. So how come she doesn't notice the pattern? I guess it might be difficult just because they're wearing masks. Maybe that's why.
There was no mention of anyone named Doris.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Then it seems only the physician knows the whereabouts of Dr. Dores. Miss Jailer, we need to meet with the physician. It's important.
Yes, but does he actually want to meet with you guys?
Listen, you really shouldn't take the inmates' ramblings too seriously.
Maybe she never actually saw one of them? Well, I mean, she was there when the Idealist was shot, and she even spoke to him, so she was right there. And earlier, she gave a report to Merlin, right? So she saw both of them, but she might not have seen them without their bandages and masks. Although, now that I think about it, there is something very peculiar about the jailer. She's not a human being. She is an animal type thing. I don't exactly know what animal she's supposed to be, but I feel like she should have a very well-developed sense of smell, so maybe she could have recognized them by their smell. Considering the identity of the person before her, the jailer softens her tone.
But if it's as critical as you say, I'll make another request later. That said, I'm afraid the meeting won't happen for at least a few days.
Understood.
Does that mean we have to spend a few days in jail for no reason?
For now, please join us for today's Congress.
Espectacular! Do you hold literary salons like this every day? This place is practically a writer's paradise.
This place makes no sense whatsoever.
So, you're the host of the salon, Octavia? I say we set aside our differences and have a titillating literary discussion.
You've come at the right time. You may serve as witnesses for the Congress alongside the jailer, like a citizen's jury in a court.
Wait, is this a trial?
Your suggestion aligns with the congressional rules. Very well.
Huh? Congress? Witnesses?
Heck, this is all an illusion. I'm starting to think that as well. Maybe this is all in the head of Recoleta or something. Maybe this is her dream, and she's dreaming of a story that she wants to write for her novel or something like that. Because otherwise, nothing in this prison makes sense to me.
Isn't this a salon? Which topic are we discussing? Literary theories? Schools? Principles? Languages? Oh, narrative perspectives?
I think you might be a bit too focused on literature here.
None of those.
Octavia lowers her head, giving her questionnaire a long and deep look.
This Congress is about the randomness of fate, Miss Recoleta.
Maybe Aleph made the illusion. Could be as well, but I find it strange that no one questions the way this jail is operating. Like, not even Vertin and Senato are questioning the fact that apparently they are lacking rations for the prisoners, the fact that someone managed to be shot by a gun and no one bats an eye about it, the fact that prisoners apparently are allowed to keep their weapons with them. Like, I feel like people should question what the hell is going on here. Aleph is seen as omniscient, a leader, and as a physician. I guess so, yeah, he's supposed to be the eye in the watchtower or something like that, right? So I guess maybe... This is all very confusing.
Randomness of fate?
As she sinks into confusion, the jailer's voice rises into a triumphant introduction.
Dear visitors from the Foundation, allow me to introduce the Kamala Congress. What happened yesterday was merely a brief anomaly. In the Panopticon, spontaneous order among the inmates is the norm, and the Kamala Congress serves as its truest reflection.
A brief anomaly, that's what you call an attempted murder?
Spontaneous order?
Yes. Through the Congress, the inmates assign and distribute medication, communal duties, and rest periods. They are entirely self-regulated.
That's, once again, not how usually prisons work. Her tone is filled with pride.
I hereby announce the commencement of the 7th Kamala Congress.
I see. Well, before the Congress begins, we are going to have an ad break. So there is that. I will remain here and keep yapping for a bit because I am confused about so many things. Let me start off the ads just so that we don't have to wait 57 seconds, and then once the ads are gone, we'll resume with the Congress and all of that. But yeah, this whole prison bit, nothing makes sense. Like, Which reminds me that maybe, Jamie, you're right about the fact that this is all an illusion made by Aleph. Maybe Aleph makes it all to his will, his insane reality. Do you mean that he has the reality stone like, what's his name, like Thanos or something like that? And he's conjuring up some kind of illusion and making it work for everyone inside it. And you do not question the reality of things when you're inside, I guess. The only way to test this hypothesis would be for Vertin or someone to go outside the prison and see whether or not it changes something. But if that were the case, then that would mean that Aleph would have one heck of a power. It would be a very powerful stuff, you know. No, he can just manipulate it like a story. Do you mean like inside the prison, he can manipulate everything to make it look like a... not to make it look, but to make it behave like the story he may be writing? Because he was writing when Jailer came into his office of some sort, I guess. So maybe he was actually writing the story that is unfolding right before our eyes. You might be onto something there, Jamie. But given how unstable Aleph seems to be, now if your theory is correct, it would make sense why everything is happening, in the sense that, you know, this prison, like I've said, doesn't make any sense. But it would make sense for it not to make sense because it's written by someone who may or may not have a proper grasp on reality anymore. So, yeah, that's the only thing I can think of, but even then, I'm honestly so confused. That being said, we are at roughly the halfway point in the story, I think. We are at stage 10 right now. So we still have a ways to go, and not everything has been revealed to us yet. So I assume that hopefully we will learn more in the coming stages. But it's still, yeah, it's still very confusing. I've never been so confused by a Reverse 1999 story thus far, I think. I think other chapters were easier to understand, at least for me. Maybe it's because of my lack of knowledge of the literature movement that is inspiring this whole story. That could be a thing. But overall, yeah, this whole story so far, it just broke my brain, I guess. Maybe people know it outside as a prison, but in the inside itself is a story. And you would think that the story is Aleph's story? But then again, why would Recoleta think that the story inside the prison looks like the one or rather is similar to the one she's writing? Could Aleph have just copied what Recoleta was writing? Oh god. Oh, and the ads are gone, which means that we can resume. But yeah, I'm just confused. As her words fall, Octavia takes out a worn lottery box and a small trinket from her hand. The prisoners move in perfect order like a swarm of ants.
A cardboard box, and is that a paper die? It has 20 sides.
And what's up with those dies? Like what's with that?
Huh?
We carefully examine hidden patterns, much like an astute astrologer tracks the movements of the stars.
Isn't this
what? From somewhere in the audience, the girl unconsciously mumbles a revelation.
Isn't this just like the Die of Babylon? The MacGuffin that weaves through the entire plot? The infinite symbiote of fate? And the symbol that compresses time into a shriveled circle?
Okay, so it is the same stuff that she wrote about in her novel, I suppose. Doesn't Recoleta obtain a letter from Aleph which could have inspired her? Well, I don't recall exactly what they exchanged about, but they received, like, they sent each other a few letters, I think, like more than once, and they've talked about Recoleta's work, and I think that Aleph was giving her advice on how to proceed with her story. So you might be right about that. Maybe he is influencing the way she writes her story, and at the same time he's also the mastermind in the story of this prison.
What may seem like errors or accidents doesn't negate the verities of destiny. On the contrary, they affirm its very existence. Just ask the great Heraclito.
That's the same name that Recoleta mentioned.
In an unobserved universe, the die spins in perpetuity.
Dictating the fate of all in time that is both infinitely long and infinitely short?
Look, I've closed my eyes. I respect the randomness of numbers and destiny. I respect the die's judgment.
Is this an offshoot of the people of Aperon? Because they seem to have something about numbers as well. As the prisoners recite their announcements, the author's voice becomes more and more sluggish.
Otherwise, we will acquiesce and lose ourselves in the gaps of time and wander forever as ghosts in oblivion.
Yeah, that's what she said in Spanish earlier.
I don't understand what's going on.
Well, Recoleta, that makes two of us.
Oh, but the irony that I probably have more idea what's going on than anyone here.
Miss Recoleta, this is all in your novel, isn't it?
I'm afraid so. The recitations, the references to an astrologer and Heraclito, they couldn't possibly be just a coincidence.
This is far, far more coming to an idea of a story of Aleph, as it has things from Recoleta's story which was inspired by Aleph, and Aleph is all the important characters. Oh, do you mean that every important character that we've met so far is actually Aleph, but like he inserted himself into his own story or something like that? I love overlapped voices. I don't, because usually when overlapped voices are heard, nothing good happens. And they sound kind of like a cult or something like that, you know? No, Aleph is Merlin and he's the physician. Yes, Jamie, yes, he is Merlin and the physician, that much we are sure on, and he might also be the idealist, maybe. Like a part of himself trying to go against his own plan?
Then, could it be? Will they look to the die to dictate their fate?
Well, it does seem that way. The girl's audible shock does not affect the proceedings on stage. The Congress continues.
I shall perform the first roll. Its result will determine the subsequent roll order for this Congress.
Wait, so they are playing D&D? This is just a campaign. Except they're role-playing as prisoners, I guess. Wait, is that a natural 20? The hostess tosses the 20-sided die.
The result is 5.
Oh.
This check complies with the prerequisite conditions of the ruling of the die, and the standard roll order has been established.
And you got all of that from a 5, I guess.
Inmate Jose, please come forth. You are the first in the initiative order. Therefore, fate's judgment shall fall upon you before all else.
Once again, we have a glitchy word with the word initiative for some reason.
Me? Okay.
And he's Aleph, which has led Recoleta into his story. I roll 20, ideal infinite damage to reality. Yeah, apparently so, at least for Aleph. He rolled 20s all day long, and everything is happening according to his plan. The prisoner steps forward, taking the fragile box in his hands, shaking it to roll. Hey, the die stops, and just like that, a simple number decides his fate.
17! It's 17! Ah, what a wonderful number! 17! Like an oasis in an endless desert.
Okay.
The result is 17, and the score combination 6 + 4 + 4 + 3. According to the ruling of the die, he shall receive 60 risperidone tablets, 40 clozapine tablets, and 40 diazepam tablets. Additionally, he will assume the role of cultural manager of the Comala Congress.
You got all of that from one number? Like, I mean, the 6 plus 4 plus 4 plus 3, I suppose, yes, that does add up to 17, sure. And you use 6 for 60 risperidone tablets, okay. 4 for 40 clozapine tablets, and another 4 for 40 diazepam tablets. What about the 3? Is that what makes him the cultural manager of the Kamala Congress? What is going on?
Before he takes office, inmate Jose must clean the first restroom for the next 7 days.
What?
Wonderful! I'll gladly clean the toilet. I've got the brooms here, the toilet detergent, oh, and the toilet brush too.
This D&D, it doesn't make sense. Yeah, no. I don't understand what the, what do you call that, the rules are in this D&D campaign, man. Like the GM is just spewing nonsense at this point. I mean, like, it feels like, yeah, Octavia is the GM and she's, you know, the one who's what do you call that, just telling you what your number means. Like, you know, you do your role and she'll tell the story based on your role, but it feels like she's just spewing nonsense. Recoleta was led there due to the letters of Aleph. Nobody knew Aleph except the idealist. Is that the case? Does nobody else know about Aleph except the idealist? I do remember the idealist mentioning Aleph, but I don't remember if other characters mentioned him or not. The thing idealist said about Aleph was another person looking for Aleph. I don't actually recall that, unfortunately. I don't recall what the idealist said. To be fair to myself, it was 2 weeks ago, I think, or something, a week and a half ago. And in between I got sick, and it affected my brain. Let's go with that story.
I have been waiting for this opportunity. As cultural manager, I will speak with every inmate and complete the Comala memoir, finally capturing the moments when literary sparks ignite and explode.
Next is inmate Eduardo. Please come forth.
Well, only the idealist mentioned Aleph, but she only asked him. Ah! I see. Well, maybe she should have asked more than one person. But Aleph feels like a void. I wonder, wait, a void? Do you mean like because of the lack of information about him? The man in question is a nervous mess. His gaze flickers, his eyebrows fight for space on his forehead, and his teeth clash against each other in turmoil.
But I can't remember the ruling of the die. I can't remember anything. Damn it. Sorry, Senora Octavia, but I don't think I can do this. I didn't get any medication in the last Congress. I've had multiple episodes. It's like my brain's jammed or something.
Right, I didn't even tilt until now, but they are deciding who gets medication or not based on a die. That's not how you treat patients. I mean, I know they're rationing staff up because they are lacking in resources and all that, but come on.
It's all right, inmate Eduardo. It's easy. You don't need to know the rules to roll the die. Give me your hand, I'll help you.
Okay. Avoid. The more you keep looking, the more clueless you are. Ah, interesting concept. The prisoners follow suit, hands trembling as he shakes the box, the only thing he can do.
My sincerest apologies, inmate Eduardo.
Ah.
The die dictates that you must voluntarily descend into the sewers, and write the thematic keyword that currently causes you the most anxiety on the walls.
He rolled a 1. Yeah, poor guy. Bad roll. It happens to the best of us.
Thank you very much, Miss Octavia.
Does that mean that this time around he doesn't get any medicine either? Because, poor dude.
I think my head's about to split in half. I need a moment to rest before I head down there and fulfill my destiny.
Clutching his head, the prisoner leaves. He steps heavy. His hands He steps heavy, his hands empty, but his brow finally falling at ease.
Jailer, are you really letting them make every decision with the roll of a die? Eduardo is clearly in a much more dire condition than Jose. The medication should have been given to him.
As I said, this is how the inmates of the Panopticon maintain order. The physician periodically provides medication, food, and other necessities, and the inmates distribute them in this spontaneous and efficient manner.
No, wait, no, you can't use the word efficient for this. This is not efficient, this is just random.
Neither authority nor violence is involved in this process. This is what sets Kamala apart from all other custodial facilities.
This is what makes Kamala the worst custodial facility I've ever seen.
Is that it? You abdicate all agency to the roll of a paper die and call it the randomness of fate? What kind of sick joke is this?
I'm there with you, Recoleta. This is pure insanity.
Please calm down, Recoleta. This is the method that the inmates have collectively decided to recognize. They're prepared to face the possible sacrifices that it brings.
Yeah, but prisoners are not supposed to decide how their prison is being run. I mean, ideally speaking, of course, I would want prisoners to be fairly treated and properly taken care of. But it's still not up to them to make the choice of how things go. That's not how a prison goes. It's not how a prison works. Maybe Aleph ruled them all here due to them being writers, which made the prison outside and Hammer jammed their brain and made them insane. But maybe the reason Vertin is here to investigate this anomaly, and the reason Recoleta is so weirded out, she's still an outsider. When you become an inmate, you become a character. Oh, and when you become a character, you accept the reality the way Aleph is describing it to you.
This isn't about you or
I
me.
guess.
It's not our place to interfere with a procedure that has been proven both pragmatic and effective.
This is neither pragmatic nor effective. This is just stupid.
My duty is to assist the inmates in maintaining order through the methods that they have established. And yours is to witness their self-governance, not judge it.
But they're not supposed to be self-governing. This is a prison. Like, even if it wasn't a prison and it was some kind of psychiatric ward or a mental health facility, they're not self-governing. They do not get to decide how medications are prescribed to patients. This is not how any of this works. And yeah, I'm judging it, sure, but because it's plain stupid. What do you think of my theory? I think it's an interesting theory. Maybe it goes too far into the whole insanity of it all, so I don't know how realistic it is, but I do like it. I do find it very interesting. And I mean, I could be wrong, and it might be actually exactly that. We'll learn more, I suppose. The jailer takes a deep breath, her words clearly meant to convince herself as much as anyone listening.
If everything somehow unfolds as it does in my novel, then every role is already predetermined.
Okay, what's going to be the next role then?
Vertin, do you remember the story I told you last night? The odds of both success and failure were consecutively multiplied. I remember. As soon as a character experiences a failure, they continue to suffer failures in an endless chain reaction.
I suppose that explains what happened to that dude that I forgot his name, but the one who rolled a 1.
None of Eduardo's future dice rolls will ever result in a number higher than 10.
Well, that sucks.
At this rate, This system, this sociedad, ruled by the dice of Babylon, is bound to collapse.
She looks around, realizing that her words, weighty as they seem to her, have garnered no attention.
Eduardo will never receive any medication.
Which is why this whole way of doing things is stupid.
The moment he writes the keyword on the wall could very well be the moment he spells out his own death. No, I can't let this happen. I have to do something.
Recoleta rushes to the stage.
Wait, Miss Recoleta, what are you doing?
She's creating disorder. She must be punished. To be continued. Maybe Aleph is toying with Recoleta and letting her make her story, but it's fated to become like his in this reality. Could be, yeah. But I wanted Aleph not to be a bad guy. I mean, I know he's supposed to be some kind of insane character and all that, but I wanted him to be nice to poor Recoleta. I wanted them to be friends. But if he's actually treating her that way, he's not really her friend, is he? Some reading. Treatments, entry 303. The transformation of quantity into quality is the greatest realization of the method of exhaustion. No idea what that means. December 1st, number 704-733. Each person is uniformly allocated 1 dose of chlorazepine, chlorpromazine, my bad, and 1 dose of thalidomide, I guess, maybe. December 3rd, more numbers. Each person is uniformly allocated 3 doses of chlorpromazine and 3 doses of thalidomide. December 7th, each person is uniformly allocated 6 doses of chlorpromazine and 11 doses of Vertin. I don't know these medications. I'm seeing what do you call that? I'm seeing a friend tomorrow, and he's actually a pharmacist, like a real life pharmacist. He has a diploma and all of that. He went through med school and all of that. I will ask him about these medications. I will try to remember. I can't guarantee I'll actually remember, but I'll ask him if he knows about these medications. Maybe he will be maybe he'll tell us about those. You know what? I'll grab a screenshot of them. And Vertin, there you go. Oh no, you know what? Easier for me to actually just write them down, because I'll just forget about my screenshots. Chlorpromazine and thalidomide, if that's even how you pronounce it, and Vertin, yeah, Ronal or something like that. Note them and ask him. Yeah, I'll try to think about it. I don't exactly know how long I'll have to talk to him, so this might not come up. I think I'm just seeing him for his lunch break, so we might not have a whole lot of time, but it would be funny to ask him if he knows about this. That being said, while we talk about, this whole medical issue here, number one, you don't uniformly give medication to people. That's really a terrible idea. Unless these medications are specifically meant to prevent a specific kind of disease or something like that, or that like maybe all the inmates have a specific disease and they are to be treated with the same medication. Even if they are supposed to be treated with the same medication, they are not supposed to take the exact same amount of said medication, because oftentimes the amount of medication can vary depending on the weight of the person, and that could be one factor. And if those are not for a disease but for some kind of mental health issue, then you definitely do not want to give everyone the same medicine and the same dosage either. None of this makes sense. This is horrible. Those poor prisoners are treated horribly, in my opinion. Where was I at? I wanted Isolde to be happy too. Yes. I wanted Isolde and Kekania to have their happy ending, but this is Reverse 1999 we're playing, so we can't ask for such things. Maybe it's listed as who needs what medicine? I mean, you might be right, but they said uniformly, which means that everyone gets exactly the same thing. And on top of that, given how insanely this whole prison system works, where everything is decided by a paper die, I am unsure of anything at this point.
Few soldiers would appreciate the idea of taking orders from an accursed die. A skilled commander would never rely on luck to make decisions.
Even an unskilled commander should never rely on luck to make a decision. If you're talking about soldiers, if you're talking about the army, I certainly hope that army commanders do not rely on die rolls to do anything.
On the battlefield, the distance for every maneuver should be clear and precise, not two numbers with a D in the middle, unless you're looking to invite a mutiny. That said, if a die with such power were placed in a soldier's hand, I'm pretty sure they'd roll it and let it decide their destiny.
Luck won't always be on your side.
Exactly. There's no good luck without bad luck. Just as a coin must have two sides, luck essentially defines one's entire life.
Yeah, see, it's just like when I won those 4 S-rank characters in 50 pulls back in Zenless Zone Zero, right? That was insanely lucky for me, right? But the opposite side of things is that technically speaking, I lost 2 50-50s in those rolls. But more importantly, I've checked and I have lost the past 6 50-50s in a row in Reverse 1999. I've lost 6 50-50s in a row in Reverse, but I've had earlies. And same thing, I lost a 3 50-50 in a row in Wuthering Waves. I don't remember for Genshin. I think I was doing okay-ish, maybe, probably. Okay-ish, yeah, I guess. And what else? In Honkai Star Rail, I won my 50-50 on Hyacine. I think I won it on Castries as well, so I was okay there. A skilled commander will try to get the highest chance of victory. It's such a gamble. I mean, yeah, they would try to get, like, to prepare the best plan possible to get their victory, but they wouldn't go at it with a die, I think, I hope. Otherwise, our poor soldiers will just die. Also got Yishuan and W Engine and 150-50. First character I got a W Engine for. Congratulations, I hope you have fun with Yishuan. Are you playing her with the panda? Because so far right now, as far as I know, the best team for Yishuan is with Pan Hu. And maybe later on you'll be able to play her with Jufufu. But I don't exactly know what Jufufu does yet. You were pretty lucky with so many gachas. Yeah, overall, I would say because of the earlies that I got, I do consider myself lucky in Reverse, even though technically speaking I have lost 6 50-50s in a row, which does sound bad. Although I did the math for my 50-50s in Reverse, and I'm not at a 50-50. I am at a 40-60. I won 50% of the time and lost 60% of the time. So yeah, actually I'm not that lucky in Reverse. Wait, let me check my stats there, because I can tell you exactly. I have the math, and the math should be okay-ish. Yes, my win rate on 6 stars is 40.74%, which is not great, but my average pity is at 43. So my average pity is really good, right? 43, that's like half max pity. I feel like that's relatively early. So yeah, in a way I'm lucky because I get earlies, but I'm unlucky because I keep losing. So I guess it kind of balances itself out, kind of, or something like that. As for other games, I can't check everything right now, but ZZZ, I'd say I was extremely lucky with the last pulls that we did. I hope that not tomorrow, but probably the day after tomorrow or Saturday, depending on when we start ZZZ. I hope my pulls for Astra Yao go the same way. I hope to get her and her W engine if possible, and then Yishuan. If I have enough left, I might even pull for Yishuan's W engine, but I have like 240 pulls saved or something along those lines, so I don't know if I'll be able to pull for everything. But I have my priority checklist. I know which one I want to get first. First will be Astra Yao, then Yishuan, then Astra Yao's Wenjin, and then, if at all possible, Yishuan's Wenjin, but we'll see. Panda and Yishuan only so far. Don't know the third character yet. She doesn't really have an optimal third character, as far as I know. I think Astra Yao, just because she's that strong, she can be a support for her. She's not ideal, from my understanding, but she works, right? Otherwise, I believe that Lucy could work as well, maybe? I'm not entirely sure. Yeah, or perhaps you should play her with a stunner, because Panda, Pan Yin-Hu, is not actually a stunner, he's actually a defense character, which is something that I've never understood in ZZZ. I don't really understand what defense characters do in ZZZ. Like, do they really defend? What do they do? What's their purpose in life? Finan ready for no, Owl ready for Finan. Sorry, or ready for Finan Owl. My bad. I can't read. Yes and no, because I barely have. I have less than 100 pulls. I shouldn't have pulled for Hyacine. I shouldn't have pulled for her. Although I do not regret pulling for her. I do enjoy her. I enjoy our little Ika and all of that. And playing with her is actually quite fun. So I don't regret it. But I'm not ready for Finan because I want Finan and his light cone. And I wish I could pull for Saber as well. But at the rate we are going right now, I don't think I will get all of that, unfortunately. Unless I spend. But I don't really want to spend for any of this. These are not characters that I love to the point of wanting to spend. I do really like Finan, so maybe I might spend for Finan. But Saber, yeah, I don't think I will spend for Saber. Defense who buffs and is basically never on field. He only uses his skill to trigger assist and alt for heal. Right, yeah. Yeah, I know that the whole point of Pan Yin-Hu is to buff Yishuan's sheer stat, right? Sheer force or something like that. That's his whole point, but where does the defense come into play here? And when Panda uses his skill, he also gives buff of sheer force to the character who switched with the assist. Yep, that much I knew. And that's basically all I knew, and I forgot about the fact that he can heal with his ultimate. Does the heal, is his healing good? I know that Astra Yao can heal as well. I don't exactly know how she does it, or how much, but generally speaking, healing has been such a rare thing in ZZZ that, does it really have any kind of purpose? It's something. I see. I see, it's something. Well, I guess something is better than nothing. He cooks? Do you mean Pan Yin-Hu? He cooks. Yeah, I saw that. I don't know if it's in his animation or where I saw that, but he cooks in his hat. So, he cooks in his... But the thing is, his hat is actually not a hat. It's some kind of cooking dish, I guess. I don't really remember the name for it. A casserole, I guess, or something like that. It's something that you can cook inside of, which is fine. But the fact is that afterwards he put it on his head. He cooks in his hairy hat. Yes. So does that mean that all the oil or sauce from what he cooked just goes back onto his fur? This sounds horrible. Free fur. Yeah, free tasty fur on Panyin-Hu's head.
And whether it's make or break, life or death, the die will keep on rolling. Of course, dice aren't the only tools used to play with fate. Coins, lotteries, even shells on the beach can all serve the same purpose.
And gacha games as well.
Thanks to the randomness of fate, a Babylonian may rise to be a proconsul one day and fall into slavery the next.
Some tragedies could have been avoided.
Well, that's where historians come in.
I don't like those silly ultimates. I don't remember exactly what his ultimate is like, but overall, Panyin-Hu is not exactly a character that I'm looking forward to. If I get him, I will probably build him just because he's good for Yishuan, and I actually kind of like Yishuan. Her animations are great, they're good, they're interesting. But yeah, Panyin-Hu, if I get him, it will only be just for Yishuan that I'll build him, because otherwise I do not have a team for her. She's just, I guess I'll just solo everything with her. This guy's mentality is bad, gambling addict. Yeah, he's one of us. He's one of us, he's a gacha game player.
With a little creative editing of the history books, even the random rolls of a die can suddenly make sense. What were once avoidable tragedies are rebranded as reasonable incidents, or even desirable outcomes.
At least the roll of a die is impartial.
You're starting to sound like a gambler.
Well, guess what? Guess what type of game I'm playing right now? And even if you don't like Panyin-Hu, he's basically never on field. Yeah, that's what I gathered from I Win to Lose Gaming's video. Also got a drawing tablet. Oh, congratulations! May I ask why? Oh, your birthday was recently, right? So is that a gift for your birthday? But congratulations on your drawing tablet, and please draw so safely. Please draw things that are safe for work, and not fetishes or things like that. I'm just kidding, of course. You can draw whatever you want.
But even gamblers, after hitting a hot streak or a losing spell, start to convince themselves that they've figured out the grand pattern behind games of chance. It isn't just gamblers either. Witches tried to influence fate through rituals and charms. Ancient mathematicians calculated probabilities on paper. Some even wrote books on game theory.
Oh. And is that a Hag reference? What's her name? Willow reference? And is this a 37/6 reference?
Meanwhile, others suspected there were cheaters among them.
Is that a Tenant reference? For some reason, I feel like she's a cheater.
I just hope these high rollers unite to confront the demon who holds the laws of the universe, the past, present, and future, in its claws, and give it a well done and a slap in the face.
You're talking in circles today. To be fair, I completely tuned out everything that has been said here. I don't understand a thing.
Haven't I always? It's just that today, the die rolled a peculiar number.
We had a 1 and a 17.
But all things considered, I prefer the other kind of commander. The die is cast. But regardless of what number has been rolled, it's time to cross the river.
Yeah, sure. Let's go with all of that. And a fight. I assume this fight will have to do, will have something to do with, what's her name? Shit. Recoleta stirring up trouble with the Congress and stuff like that. Do you like drawing tablets, Owl? Yes, I guess. I guess so. I mean, I do have one, a drawing tablet, I mean. That's how I drew my owl, with that drawing tablet. Very useful, very practical. Better than using my mouse. I've tried drawing with my mouse, and the results were not good. So yeah, drawing tablets are definitely a nice piece of equipment. So Aleph just manipulates the story like a god and he's called a demon by this guy. Could be. Does that mean that Aleph is actually also manipulating the die rolls? Dice rolls? Wait, yeah, you say a die, but dice is the plural, I think? Maybe? This word confuses me. But regardless, he's manipulating those as well, because those are the ones that Recoleta wrote in her story, and if we're going with your theory that Aleph is influencing Recoleta's story, then it might make sense. He's omniscient, that's what he's always called. I mean, being omniscient does not mean being omnipotent. Being omniscient means knowing everything, but is he all-powerful as well? Because then we get into the paradox of, you know, the god being all-powerful. A god that is all-powerful cannot be all-knowing, and a god that is all-knowing cannot be all-powerful, or something like that. Soothsayer, world maker. The goddess delights in toying with the piety of her believers. On the stage, Octavia remains the picture of serenity as she orchestrates the Congress.
Miss Recoleta, as a witness to the Congress, you have the right to express your doubts calmly.
Listen, you...
She recalls the complaints of her two former companions, the jailer's dismissals, and the confused expressions of every editor she has ever faced. If she were to lay out every detail of her novel here and now, she would only get the same response.
No, it's nothing. It's just that I'd like to participate in the dice rolling ceremony. May I?
Maybe due to being omniscient, he could make this story flawlessly. I mean, being omniscient certainly helps with controlling everything, right? If you know everything, then you have an easier time controlling everything. Doesn't mean that you can control everything, but it certainly helps.
Of course. The very fact that you're standing here in the Panopticon proves that you share a common fate with it.
Recoleta surveys the prisoners waiting to cast their die. Their expressions are serene, untroubled, calmly waiting for their fate. The joys and misfortunes of those before them do not affect the long, winding queue in the slightest. She takes a deep breath.
It doesn't matter when I roll the die, since the rolls are simply a reflection of the randomness of fate, right?
Precisely.
Then I'd like to perform my role after the 27th inmate. Is that all right?
As you wish, Miss Recoleta.
Wait, what? Why are we fighting? What are we fighting against? Chests with 10 HP each. I see. You guys are going to be annoying, aren't you? All damage taken is 1. I guess in that case... Oh, I have to use Recoleta very well. In that case... I guess I'll go with this team because why not?
I have all the essentials for writing poetry. You, me, and our opponent.
To make a reality illusion, you need information, and he knows a way to make it. I'm not sure I understand. To make a reality... Do you mean to make an illusion reality, you need information? Maybe he's omniscient, as in this reality is his creation, and he knows all that will and can happen, as he's the writer. Right, yeah, he only knows everything inside of his own illusion, but he doesn't know everything about the rest of the world, I suppose. He's a god, but only in this prison, I would assume. How does one do things? I suppose there is no point in buffing. Yeah, there is no point in buffing because everything just takes 1 HP.
Es un fragment of truth. Nuestra aliado es la verdad. Cosmología, filosofía clásica.
I will be watching
el fundamento del mundo.
I should have gone with a, what do you call that? With a follow-up team. I shouldn't have gone with this team. What am I supposed to do with this? I guess I can do more. This is a mass attack,
Más allá del
yes.
concepto mundano del tiempo. Don't worry. En todos los momentos, nuestro adversario es el tiempo.
No use in avoiding it.
I should have gone with a follow-up team.
A truly villainous moment.
Should have gone with Lilia. This would have been much better. Aha, more mass attacks. Good.
Más allá del concepto mundano, do I have to do this?
You're battling chairs? I don't know. These are not chairs. These are boxes containing stuff. I think food and medicine, perhaps. Aha. Oh, the die is actually... Okay, a random enemy died because we rolled a 6. Okay, I guess.
El camino a Tlón.
A fragment, don't worry. It's been proven
La
safe.
acumulación de laberintos.
And don't ask me why
Suéltalo
I'm
todo una
battling
vez más.
boxes containing food. I don't really know.
All in moderation. No use in avoiding it.
What does the die say? 4. Deals 1 damage to... Oh, there you go. Perfect.
Warning,
We're battling
warning,
boxes, yes.
The puppy is fleeing the
I mean, to
scene
be fair,
at its
I'm battling
maximum
boxes
speed.
with a writer, a dog, and a psychiatrist. Everything makes sense. And we are in prison. A prison where inmates keep their weapons.
It seems fate favors you, Miss Recoleta. Here are your supplies. Please be sure to follow the distribution rules of the Congress. This is an essential structure of Comala, and a belief shared by all its inmates. Honor it.
Well, they are giving her medicine as well, for some reason.
Just as I suspected. These supplies belong to me now, Octavia. I'm free to use them however I please.
Oh, she's going to give them to, that dude who got a 1, right? Recoleta strides towards Eduardo, who has curled up in a distant corner, clutching his head, as his body trembles in silence.
Here, Eduardo. Take them.
But I haven't fulfilled my destiny yet. These precious tablets and capsules, I can't accept them. They are gifts from fate. The die has placed them in your palm.
Yes, and she's allowed to do whatever she wants with them.
But I don't need them. You do.
Thank you, kind señorita.
The prisoner's trembling stops. He blankly pinches his arm, as if trying to distinguish reality from dream. Then, all at once, he snatches the medication from her hands and shoves it into his mouth.
Eduardo, what's wrong? Are you taking the medicine right now? There's no need to rush. There's plenty of it. You can have it all.
Por Dios, Eduardo! How could you squander fate's gifts like this? Kind señorita, please, give me the medication. I need it more than anyone else.
Yeah, I was kind of afraid that that would happen.
No, I'm the one who needs the most. Give me the medication. I beg of you.
Yeah, this is why this whole ass system is completely wrong.
With the protection of these amulets, I might finally be able to get a peaceful night's sleep. No more trembling floors and wailing ghosts.
The prisoners shove and struggle, countless hands reaching toward the hapless writer, trying to snatch the small round pills of salvation.
Enough! Enough!
A blue glow spreads through the room, forcing the prisoners to clutch their heads and fall down to their knees. Their riot comes to an abrupt halt.
You shouldn't have done that, Miss Recoleta. Your ignorant generosity could shatter the very basis of our survival.
Yeah, but their survival is based on a flawed principle and a flawed way of thinking. She steps towards Eduardo, now writhing in pain, and picks up a few stray capsules scattered at his feet. The pills dissolve into a stream of voided sand, vanishing as it pours through her fingers.
We have never had such chaos at the Congress. Understand this. We rely only on the randomness of fate to distribute supplies and assign responsibilities.
Yeah, and that's stupid. Eduardo, I mean, needed that medicine. I'm surprised he's taking it right now. She's surprised. Yeah, but I guess she was mostly surprised that he took every bit of medicine in one go. Generally speaking, you're supposed to pop one pill, not all the pills at once. And hello, the amazing chili. Hello to you, welcome to the stream. But it's all based on the totally random chance of the die. Yes, apparently so. Although you say random, but technically speaking, is it really random if it goes according to Recoleta's writing? That means that it's not actually, what do you call that? It's not actually random. It's according to whatever she chose, basically. Except the other guys don't know that and they think it's just fate. You know, fun, all pills all at once. Well, I mean, if you're in it for the fun, then I suppose, yeah, all the pills all at once. If you're in it for surviving, I would recommend not to pop all the pills all at once. But it depends if you want to live or not.
If you disrupt the status quo, the entire system of the Panopticon will collapse beyond repair.
Your system is already collapsed. Your system is already nonsensical. Ignore the frothing at the mouth. Yeah, that's just a detail, right? She simply took the best result. Do you mean Recoleta? Yeah, she knew that by going after the 27th prisoner, she would get the best result and thus get all the pills that she wanted to get and be able to then give them to Eduardo. That was her plan all along, I think.
It is only by respecting the arbitrariness of fate and adhering to the rules of the Die of Babylon that we have kept this place functioning all this time.
Once again with the glitching. We had the glitching at first on arbitrariness and now on Die of Babylon. Why? Why is it glitching? It reminds me of when we started playing through Penacony in Honkai Star Rail, and some of the things that Acheron said were written in red. And the game never explains why some of the things that she wrote was, or rather why some of her subtitles were written in red. Like, same thing here, why are some words here glitching for some reason? Which means, which means she took it away from the 27th, kind of messed up. Yes, from the 28th, I guess, because she went after the 27th. So yeah, prisoner number 28 got screwed over. Glitching seems to be on random nouns through this chapter, not sure why. Don't worry, R99 does not explain this either. Great. Shit. I wish they did, but yeah. This is the only chapter where it's happened in reverse, so yeah, everything in this story so far has confused me, so I guess one more thing. What's one more thing to confuse me?
The Die of Babylon? Tell me, how did you know this name? Are you the one orchestrating this whole thing?
Recoleta, equally confused and furious, grabs the hostess's collar.
¿Podría ser? ¿Eres Aleph? ¿Tal como sospechaba Vertin?
Wait, what? Oh, right, I forgot that Vertin suspected that Octavia might be Aleph. We actually know for a fact that that's not the case. Not worry, it will all make sense when you meet our BBG. I assume you mean baby girl, maybe? But I don't know who you're talking about there. I don't want to know. I don't want to be spoiled. But now I'm curious. Can't wait for Hyacinth to speak in pink. I mean, it would make sense. It would be funny if Hyacinth were to start speaking in pink. Although, unfortunately, Hyacinth can't speak anymore because she's the sky now. Hyacinth turned into the sky. Yes, baby girl is Aleph. Oh, Aleph. Technically speaking, we met him already. Or rather, technically, we met him as Merlin, the physician, right? We did meet him, but we didn't really learn anything from him, aside from the fact that he seems very unconcerned with everything that is going on in this prison. He's very concerned about his experiments, whatever they may be. He didn't go into details about those, but the rest of the prison, someone getting shot, all of that, nobody cares. Or rather, he doesn't care. Vertin hasn't met him at this point, right, though? Yeah, no. We just saw a scene between the physician and the jailer. It was just the two of them. And then Aleph started speaking, but I believe that Aleph is just a personality that is inside the physician, right? That's my big titty goth Tommy Mummy Queen Aleph. I'm voting for Octavia for Aleph. I wish Octavia was Aleph, but she doesn't exactly have the same voice now, does she? Yeah, why the fuck does Diggers show up and like have just generic NPC name? I saw that as well, yes, I remember that, and I still don't know. Also, why his man is skin? That is a good question as well. What? The question I keep asking myself throughout this chapter is what the hell is going on?
Let go of me, Miss Recoleta. Have you gone mad? The roll of the die is absolutely random. I'm not orchestrating anything. Before the Congress began, I made an oath. I intend to keep it.
Please, calm down, Miss Recoleta. I think she's telling the truth.
Yeah, I think that Octavia probably doesn't have any idea of what's going on either. She lets go of her grip as the reality of the situation dawns on her.
Sorry, Octavia, but please, you have to tell me how you learned about the Die of Babylon. I must know. Only my pen pal and I should have any knowledge about this die.
I heard about it from the physician. He described it as a symbol of collective consciousness that we could harness to maintain immaculate order in the Panopticon.
I mean, it makes sense since the physician is supposed to be Aleph, according to what we've seen. Yeah, since at this point in time he should have left Manus if you read the anecdote. I have not. I have not read Digger's anecdote just because I don't particularly like him. I only read anecdotes of characters that I actually like. Which is my bad, because that means that I'm missing out on a few key informations. I knew that he was part of Manus. I didn't even know he had left, for instance, you know. Digger's anecdote is very good. I know. I know, I've seen the reviews online and people posting about it, but yeah, I never got around to actually doing it. The owl doesn't read anecdotes. That is factually wrong. I have read some anecdotes. Some of them. No, not all of them, but some of them. And I did not read Mesmer Junior's either, I'm afraid. The ones that I do remember were the ones about a knight and Lilia, and there should be someone else along those among those, but yeah. Few anecdotes that tie into the story. Great! So I read the ones that don't really tie into the story.
The Comala Congress was coined, iterated, and perfected by the physician based on this concept.
The physician again. Everything eventually leads back to him. Just as we suspected.
Yes, it would be nice if, you know, we got to actually talk to him. The best thing that would happen would be that we find Dores, that Vertin meets her mother, and that we have a beautiful reunion between the two.
I see.
If Dores is Vertin's mother, which I keep suspecting. Nice is awesome. I love his friendship with Oliver Fogg. Yeah, Knight's anecdote was really... It was interesting, and for most of it, it was really nice, and then at the very end, it just went sad. Like the very last conversation A Knight had, it was just sad because he reveals the truth of the story he was telling, and the truth was really sad. Welcome to RA99. Yep, always sadness lurking around the corner. Depression simulator indeed. Recoleta casts her eyes over to the silent jaguar, who has remained wordless from beginning to end, watching it all unfold.
Jailer, we have to meet with the physician in person. Now.
As I've told you many times, Dr. Merlin is too busy at the moment.
Busy with what? Oh, I guess his experiments.
I couldn't possibly trouble him over a novel and a pen pal. They are just fantasies.
Couldn't you make an exception? What if they're not just fantasies? What if they're tied to the very survival of this place? Miss Recoleta said the Panopticon could collapse because of the Die of Babylon.
Are you seriously telling me you believe that nonsense?
So far you believe the nonsense of letting inmates keep their weapons, distributing rations and medicine through random die rolls. You're one to talk about nonsense, right? You know that, right?
It wasn't nonsense, nor are they fantasies. You saw with your own eyes how I won the die roll.
It was just a coincidence.
The jailer's words are at odds with the subtle motions of her eyes and face. The Foundation's investigators seize on a prime opportunity to apply pressure.
What if we present you with stronger evidence to prove it's more than just a coincidence?
Do we have stronger evidence?
If everything in the Panopticon proceeds according to Miss Recoleta's novel as she says, she should be able to predict what happens next, including the roll results of the absolutely random die.
Oh, fair point.
That's right. The Die of Babylon isn't random at all. It's nothing but a supercilious fraud veiled under the guise of fate, and an actor of the inescapable loop of history. And not one of you is paying attention to me whatsoever.
Oh.
To hell with this era of ignoring unknown writers.
Poor Recoleta, everyone is ignoring her. I also love that there is just a random animal as one of the main characters of this chapter for no real reason. Yeah, the jailer, I have learned not to ask questions about Reverse 1999 and its character design. I've learned to stop asking. Supercilious is a fun word. Fun indeed, even though I don't actually know what it means.
Miss Recoleta, please make your prediction for the next inmate's die roll. This way, you can prove to Miss Jailer the irrefutable connection between Kamala and your novel, The Rise and Fall of Sanity.
You finally remembered its name! Oh, what sweet balm to my spirit.
Well, it's not exactly a name that is difficult to remember.
Miss Octavia, please continue the Congress and let the next inmate perform their role. Then Miss Recoleta's statement will be proven true.
It's just that earlier you said it in Spanish, and I don't think Vertin speaks Spanish, which means that it might be harder for her to remember the name of the novel in Spanish. You know, just saying. I didn't know either, lol, so I had to Google it. Behaving or looking as though one thinks one is superior to others. I see. Wait, and she... Wait. Where did she use that? It's nothing but a supercilious fraud veiled under the guise of fate. Is she saying that the Die of Babylon is behaving as though it thinks it's superior to others? Why did she use that word in that sentence? The hostess of the Congress remains non-committal.
I appreciate the reminder. No matter the interruption, the Kamala Congress must go on. Though not for Miss Recoleta's sake, of course.
I don't know what it means either. There either, to be honest. I see. Well, at least that makes two of us that are confused, right? At least we're not alone.
Next inmate, please.
Maybe it's because she's a writer and she's learned a new word, so she just wants to use it. Maybe it's something silly like that. Following the die's designated order, the next prisoner steps forward to roll.
Hello, inmate Garcia. You know what to do.
Of course.
Also, won't most people here not understand Reco if she speaks in Spanish? No, they should, because, I mean, in the prison, the prisoners should be able to speak Spanish as well, since this is set in Argentina, and Argentina speaks Spanish, generally speaking.
La sexta cara. Un pilar roto. El flujo de la fortuna y la calamidad. So the result of the next roll will be a 6.
Uh-huh. Her prophetic precision plunges the whole of new encounters into breathless silence.
As fate reveals, the number is 6.
Dun dun dun.
Just as Miss Recoleta predicted.
Indeed.
That could still be a coincidence. Do it again.
It's like a party trick, do it again. But before we get more numbers rolled out, we are going to have an ad break, and I'm actually also going to take a quick break myself, just because I need to stretch and drink a bit and just rest my voice for a bit. But we shall be right back after the ad break. It will only last for 3 little minutes, and I shall be right back. And I am back. Let me switch scenes. There you go. Grabbing my chat, and everything is ready to go. Oof. I have stretched. I have removed my headset for during the break, and good grief, does it feel good to remove my headset, especially after over 4 hours of streaming. Where was I at? What if they are transferred? Oh, do you mean the prisoners, Jamie? What if they were transferred from elsewhere? I mean, it could be, but most of them, I feel like most of them would probably be from Argentina, right? Or at least South America. Isn't it supposed to be rather rare for prisoners from a different country to come to a different country or something like that? I feel like it should be rare, probably. To be fair, I don't exactly know how prisons work. Like I said, I've never been to one, so I never really looked into how they work. And WB. I assume, Amazing Chili, you meant welcome back with the WB, right? Thank you very much. My favorite character right at the top and center. Wait, do you mean that your favorite character is Kakanya, Amazing Chili? Because if so, then I have an amazing news for you, because Kakanya is also indeed my favorite character, and I have her at P5. And she's the only character I have at P5. So, if Kakanya is your favorite character, welcome to this channel where we worship Kakanya. Damn, nice. Yes, nice indeed. She is absolutely lovely. I absolutely love Kakanya. Also, is this the 90s event music? Yes, it was Florid to the Golden City, which was the event with Jay and Mercuria. It is indeed that song. I tend to switch songs from stream to stream for the ad breaks, what do you call that? Ad break, taking a break scene and starting stream scene, etc. 4 hours already? Yes, 4 hours indeed. It's been tiring. I almost forgot what it felt like to stream for 4.5 hours after being away for just a tiny week, but a week nonetheless. Most of them sound Spanish speakers, but it feels this should be an international arcanist prison with backstory. You might be right, and if you're right, Amazing Chili, then Jamie's theory could be right as well, and that they are transferred from different countries. Which means that Jamie was right on the fact that they wouldn't be able to understand Spanish for some reason. Although most of them have Spanish-sounding names such as Eduardo, Garcia, who else was there? I forgot, but there were others, right? I love my doomed Yuri. Yeah, so do I. Kakanya and Isolde. The only sad thing is that they don't really play well together in terms of gameplay. I kind of forced it. I put them together in the same team just because they couldn't be together in the story. So I put them together in my teams, but it doesn't really work. I mean, Kakanya is really strong and all that, but Isolde, I have yet to find a proper use for Isolde. The only way I really use Isolde is when I put her in my J team with Jay and Miss New Babel, just for the burn, I suppose. But I mean, she did deal quite a bit of damage when I used her there. But otherwise, yeah, usually Isolde, I don't really know what to do with her. To be fair, Isolde is part of the burn team, which is a non-working meta. Yeah, you're right about that. But hey, at least it exists. Half bullet. Right, bullet teams are for Lopera, right? And she burns as well. So is that something? Could we make Isolde work with bullet teams then? I don't. Yeah, I am coping at this point, which is quite unfortunate. But I still love my my little Isolde. I don't have Isolde at P5, only Kakanya, because Kakanya is truly my favorite. But I did buy Isolde's garment. That way both of them have their garments, Kakanya and Isolde, their new skin, I mean. There are 0 bullet 6 Saw minus the bad Lydia Euphoria. Wait, doesn't Lopera count as a bullet character? Doesn't she have some kind of bullets? Or am I mistaken there? I do have Lopera. I haven't read through her kit. I got her recently. Yeah, she's the support unit for that meta. Ah, okay, that's what you meant. And isn't Tennant also part of the bullet team? Technically speaking, she has bullets. She has diamond bullets. The Tennant's kit I know, at least I remember, because I used to play Tennant quite a lot when the game first came out and when I started playing. But I haven't tried Tennant with Lupira in a bullet type team. Tennant and Duncan are bullet characters. And hello, Fat Lass. How are you? Hope you're doing well. And right, I forgot about Duncan, just because I never built my Duncan. Lupira does bullet herself, though. Yeah, she does. Yeah, I mean, she exists for sure, but she isn't very good. Do you mean... Oh, Tennant. Right, Tennant is not really good, I know. It's quite unfortunate. I stopped playing her, unfortunately, even though I actually genuinely like her character. Duncan is pretty good from what I hear, but he's still a 5-star, not 6-star bullet. True. Will we get 6-star bullet characters later on? I would assume so, right? Probably. Flaming Bullet or something. Yeah, Jamie, you're right. It is called Flaming Bullet. I mean, she has 2 types of bullet, Lupira. One is called Flaming Bullet, the other I don't remember. Nope, at least not in CN. Well, all we can do is hope. But first, let's hope, you know, that we get a, what do you call that? A burning team, a proper burning team for Isolde. We get a fucking squirrel, though. True, true. I don't really know what the squirrel is supposed to be about. I know he exists, I've seen it, but I don't really know what story part or role he has. I don't want to know, I don't want to get spoiled because we're not there yet in Global, but yeah, why is there a squirrel? A squirrel is stronger than Noir and Marcus from what I hear. I've seen the same thing online. I've seen posts about that saying that the squirrel was stronger than Noir and Marcus, which is sad because I like Noir and I like Marcus. I tried to pull for Noir, but I lost my 50-50 to Marcus, actually. I got Marcus. And I built her just because Marcus is best daughter, because I really loved her relationship with Greta Hoffman. But yeah, unfortunately Marcus is not really that useful either. And yeah, it comes from the story chapter, so I've been avoiding. Yeah, same thing for me. But yeah, the squirrel. Why not, I guess? I mean, we have an apple, we have an alien with a cow, we have a ghost. Well, a girl pretending to be a ghost, I guess. We have a girl stuck in a TV. Why not a squirrel at this point? Marcus is honestly pretty good, and she has a meta that's pretty ignored by most people. Rank up. It's a cool idea. Yeah, I've actually played it in the new... what do you call that? In the new endgame content, the thing that replaced half of Limbus. Limbus? Is it Limbo? Limbo. Limbus Company is another game. My bad. No, you know, the one that changed... that replaced half the rotation for Limbo. Lucidscape, yes, thank you. I have actually played Marcus in there just for shits and giggles, because why not? In one of the first stages, because it was rather easy, and I did pair Marcus with Mercuria, and it worked rather well. Honestly, it was a pretty good team. It's just that we have teams that are so much stronger than that, I think. We have a cosmic entity that plays a violin. Right, true, I forgot about Voyager. Even though one of the viewers here, he might be asleep by now because it's rather late. Or rather, for him, it's rather early in the morning right now, but he is a big fan of Voyager. And I kind of forgot. Oh, you'll see her next chapter. Wait, we'll see Voyager next chapter? Ah, that's kind of cool, because I've always wanted to know more about her. Because I feel like she's... like, she exists out of nowhere. Well, next event story. Okay, event story, not next chapter. Still, it would be nice to actually meet her in the story, because thus far, like, if I recall correctly, Voyager is a 1.0 character, and we've never seen her thus far. Anyway, time to get back to the story.
La 13ª cara. Una cadencia desconcertante. Sin un verdadero principio ni fin. La 4ª cara. Un hombre que se ahogaba. Usó el último de sus fuerzas para nadar a la seguridad, solo para descubrir que había confundido un espejo con la superficie del agua. La 17ª cara cojeaba hacia el distante oasis, solo para que la débil humedad y la inquietante quietud revelaran cruelmente que era un espejismo.
The only thing I understand from what she says are the numbers. The 17, what was the other ones? 4 and 13. Those are the only things that I understand from what she's saying. She's technically been mentioned in 37's anecdote, but it's a blink and you'll miss it. Sort of thing. Did I read 37's anecdote? Shit, I think... Ah, yeah, I wanted to read 37's anecdote, but I lacked the time, unfortunately. Because I wanted to read it on stream, but I don't remember exactly why I lacked the time on stream to do it, so I had to skip it, and I didn't have the time to do it on my own time. So I'm afraid 37 was a skip, even though I liked 37, which is kind of a shame.
La 6ª cara. Otro pilar roto con grietas idénticas a la última. Confirmó la hipótesis de la investigadora de paracausalidad.
At this point...
Este lugar solía ser un edificio circular.
No, I thought she was done, but I really don't understand what she's saying. Whether it is in Spanish or the subtitles, but yeah, at this point, what I hear from Recoleta are just a bunch of words, and that's all. But her anecdote is very good if you like 37, but Medicine Pocket was there, so I liked it less. Do you not like Medicine Pocket? I actually like Medicine Pocket quite a lot, just because they are so rude to everything and to everyone. It makes me laugh the way they react to everything.
Is that enough? I've almost finished the entire chapter.
It's not possible.
One coincidence after another begins to stir into an uproar. The coincidences appear endless. Well, at some point, when you have enough coincidences, maybe you can say that they are more than just a coincidence.
Who are you?
I'm sorry if this comes as a shock to you, but I did warn you, Octavia. Now it's proven. The Die of Babylon is anything but the so-called randomness of fate.
Medicine Pocket is someone whose design I really like, but the more I see them in the story, the less I like them. Their rudeness just rubs me the wrong way. Understandable. I typically don't really like those types of character, but for some reason, for me, Medicine Pocket works. But I understand why you might not like her, or them, I guess. But yeah, typically speaking, I don't like rude characters such as her, or them, god damn it. But yeah, they just work for me. I can't really tell you why, but every time they appear on screen, they just crack me up. Like, I start laughing, because they are rude, they are blunt, they are non-conventional, to say the least.
Have you been sent here by some god? Or are you a hobby prophet?
Sorry, was drinking. A what now? A hobby prophet? What the hell is that?
Have you brought this knowledge to save us? Or to shatter our beliefs? Our world?
I think she doesn't really have an answer to that. Still don't know what that is either. Ah, so they never explain what a hobby prophet is? Well, I guess that's too bad. I don't suppose it will change my life. A question destined never to need an answer. She lets her eyes fall into the cardboard box and onto the 20-sided die. The ridiculousness of its nature becomes starkly visible.
What is this thing in my hand? What are we? What is this prison?
That's what I've been asking for the past 4.5 hours. And even more so if you're counting the previous streams.
I don't know if it's some kind of sorcery or arcane skill, but it's unfathomable. I'll take you to the physician. Not because of your earlier request, but because the situation has escalated beyond my means. The overseer of the Panopticon will decide how to handle your situation.
At least she finally questions things. Yes, that's what I've said earlier. I don't understand how anyone does not question the way this prison works, like how anyone thinks it's normal. That's when Jamie came up with the idea that maybe it was because, you know, this is all part of Aleph's plan or control or illusion or something.
To be honest, Miss Recoleta, I wasn't sure you'd be able to correctly predict everything.
Timekeeper, are you saying that you risked everything on a hunch?
It worked, didn't it?
Come with me. Dr. Merlin's office is in the central tower.
For her part, the now vindicated writer follows at the end of the line, letting her mind race like a bullet train.
En la sexta versión de mi novela, todos en el pueblo mueren a causa del dado de Babilonia. Porque solo la muerte puede cerrar el ciclo de la historia. Y carcelero, eres el empleado del banco, ¿verdad? Entonces, al final, también sufrirás un colapso como el empleado del banco, cuando se da cuenta de que él y el pescador de dunas son la misma persona. If all of this is tied to the rise and fall of sanity, then, as its creator, I will get to the bottom of this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, I know the answer to that question, so I'll keep quiet. I see. Well, I shall not ask any more questions then. Oh god, that will be a lot more reading for me here. The Weaving of Shadows, Volume 5. The boundary shatters and an astrologer glimpses an unspeakable truth. Enter the darkness. Last one though? Ah, good. Not that I don't like this thing, it's just that it's a lot of reading. After that, I attended several more literary salons and wrote things I had never dared write before. Miss Octavia, however, never made an appearance. No voice lines, yeah, unfortunately. I wish there were. I didn't see her for quite some time. That was until I followed some prisoners to a large hall and heard her voice among a group of unfamiliar inmates. She noticed me and greeted me warmly. She told me she had been working on some new initiatives. She told me of her hopes to gather more support to improve conditions in the prison and initiate a spiritual shift toward realism and resistance. I truly believed back then that everything was heading in the right direction. Before all eyes, the host of the assembly, the idealist, steps up to the podium. By the randomness of fate, we have gathered here to participate in the Kamala Congress. Before the eyes of destiny, historians and astrologers alike, I now declare a new rule amendment. A duel before a crowd of eager eyes, the winner awarded 10 pounds of gold, and the losers left with 10 flies to descend upon him. Before the Kamala Congress convenes, we shall assign 2 members of La Sociedad this noble mission, a duel decreed by fate. Dores hears the faint clink of a small object rattling inside a box. Jose, Julio, step forward and draw the sharpest blade of your literary thought. According to the rules, I will preside over this duel with fairness and impartiality. Now, prepare yourselves. So he can just make up new rules, I see. The absurd, fictional, metaphysical duel ends within a fraction of a second. The victorious prisoner receives 10 shining golden pills, while the loser collapses to the floor. Oh, so he died? What? The crowd erupts into chaos, Octavia's cries rising above the noise.
What's going on?
Rip, dude. Yeah, rip indeed. I didn't think he would actually die. Mr. Julio, he's having another seizure.
Miss Erd,
Oh.
please, Julio needs your help.
He's not dead, just having a seizure. Octavia, you know this is all part of the randomness of fate. The randomness of fate? She doesn't argue back as she usually would. Instead, she stands frozen in place, as if stunned. What's the matter? What's the matter, Miss Octavia? This is an emergency. I require assistance. Answer me, Octavia. Why are you trying to change Julio's fate? Because no one should die like this.
I don't want him to die.
Please, Miss Octavia, help me so I can help him.
Her voice cracks, leaving only the sound of her stifled sobs lingering in the air. What's wrong, Miss Octavia? How's his condition now? Miss Octavia? This is about to get dark and weird. Ah, well now I'm afraid. She remains silent. After a long pause, she casts the heavy stone into the bottomless water. Miss Erd.
Mr. Julio is gone. He left us the moment the duel was over.
Wait, what? I thought he was just having a seizure. How could that be? Seizures can potentially lead to irreversible brain damage, but how could it happen so fast? A precious life, gone so quickly, swept away by something so senseless, lost in a nonsensical duel. What exactly is this so-called Congress? Some kind of punitive system unique to Kamala prison? But how can someone's life be decided by something so absurd? Are we simply meant to surrender to a fate so twisted, no matter how absurd it is? Is it so irrefutable? This isn't the fate I seek, it's a distortion of it. It's my fault for not finding a better way. I used to think Mr. Julio didn't care about anything but his own novels. I never imagined my ideals would mean anything to him. But he was the first person in La Sociedad to support me. I think they threw him to the bottom of the pool and they never clarify. Ah, so the stone they mention is not actually a stone but him, right? Where was it? She cast the heavy stone into the bottomless water. Yeah, you might be right about that. So they murder him, actually. Ah, great. No, I thought Octavia was supposed to be a good girl, not a murderer. Shit. But that really was an irreversible fate. A fate granted to Mr. Julio by the Die of Babylon. The Die of Babylon? Her question is left unanswered. The host of the salon goes on. Julio has stepped off the endless staircase and reached the silent water. That's what I'm assuming. This changes her for some weird-ass reason. So this is what changes Octavia's thoughts about the whole thing, I guess? He has become as calm as water, dissolved into his own pond. Let us offer our blessings, our silence, our farewell to this martyr of fate. And let us imagine that Julio's literary career was a happy one. The hall remains deathly silent. No applause, no response.
A life is taken, and that's all you have to say?
You really don't care whether we live or die, do you, idealist? And all of you, don't any of you have anything to say? Why are you all just standing there? If we hadn't kept rejecting the physician's treatment, maybe Mr. Julio wouldn't have... Rejecting? How ridiculous! You have no clue what that demon in human skin is capable of. How he'll reach into your mind and mold it like clay, reshaping it until it becomes your poison. In the realm of fiction, fate, and reality, the dissolution of the ego is inevitable and irreversible. Therefore, we must not resist the ending dealt to us by the Die of Babylon. Do you even know what you're talking about? I've never truly understood you, idealist. I will find a better way. I must rewrite this tragic tale. Oh. So I guess this shows us why she went up against the idealist, which is not bad. Yeah, she was very much against the Congress before this point, but seems all into it by the time we meet her in the main story. Yeah, that's kind of a strange change, I would say. The idealist is a pretty good cult leader. Yes, he's definitely very good at leading a cult, that's for sure. I mean, this whole prison is indeed a cult, or rather run like a cult, which I still question it, like, how the hell is this happening? If you disagree, then leave La Sociedad. I will not have our great poem disrupted by an offbeat syllable. Besides, your tedious talk of social responsibility should have been purged long ago. Modern Latin America belongs to visceral realism, and you are too ignorant to even attempt to seek it out.
What a ridiculous, laughable man you are!
Yes, I see it clearly now. It's your tyranny that has driven everyone to ruin. Well, let me tell you something. I am not leaving. I will establish a new literary movement here in Kamala, right here in La Sociedad de Poetas de las Americas. And we will use our literature to rescue the inmates who suffer all around us.
I've had enough of your condescending stone-hearted ego and your pompous sophistry. He'll only bring misfortune upon us with his constant rambling about that visceral realism.
I hope I never see you again. Miss Erd, we have to get you out of here. Another second round, this maniac might just doom us all.
Only the physician, the true overseer of this prison, can save us from this situation.
Why they voice those lines, but not all of them, I don't know. I've been asking myself the same question. Unfortunately, I have no answer to that. I mean, I'm glad that at least some of the voice lines are voiced, but I do wish all of them were.
Please join our society, Miss Torres.
Help us build a renewed Sociedad de Poetas together. And another thing is, why are sometimes voice lines half voiced and half unvoiced? Like, why? I've already spoken with the jailer. As long as we follow the rules and help them manage Kamala, we will be free to discuss literature.
Forgive me, Miss Octavia. While I truly appreciate your kind offer, I'm afraid my conversation with the physician must remain private.
Why?
Please answer me this question first. From what you've seen, you'd say this prison is circular in shape, yes? Is that really like, I know it's a question for her because she can't see, but is that really an important question here? Yep, that's how side stories often are. Yeah, I have gone through a lot of side stories, and I have seen that sometimes they do voice. I mean, to be fair, for side stories, they are voicing more and more, I feel like. It's not nearly the majority of the voice lines. Most of them are still unvoiced, but I do feel like they're voicing more and more. So maybe one day we'll get all voiced voice lines for stories as well. The side stories, I mean. That's just me coping, I guess.
Yes.
It is. Then tell me, at the center of this structure, is there a watchtower? What? Impossible. You guessed it exactly. And our destination is somewhere inside that watchtower. How did you know? Well, if it's circular, the best place to watch all of it is in the middle. To watch all around. Yeah, it's not really... like, you don't really need half a brain cell to to understand that the watchtower would be in the middle of a circular-shaped prison. Yeah, she is seeing if it matches up with the panopticon. Ah, I see.
I've had such a lovely time here. So much so that I almost forgot what I came for.
says no one really. Like, have you ever heard of someone say they've had such a lovely time when they go to prison? Which is precisely why I must put an end to this cruel farce masquerading as fate. Do you intend to rebel against the Watchtower's gaze? Just like the idealist? Don't drop the soap. I don't think this is this kind of prison, Swavy, but you're right. I shall not drop the soap. I am still too afraid. Especially given the insanity of some of these inmates. I feel like you should be very careful. Panopticon actually has an interesting history outside of the game. Ah, I know that this chapter is supposedly referencing a lot of things from outside the game, like from things from real life. Unfortunately, there are things that I am really not well versed in. Unfortunately, there are things that I absolutely know nothing about. You misunderstand me, Miss Octavia.
That inescapable gaze, and the permanent theme of fate.
Oh, to get closer to the truth I seek, I have no choice but to meet the administrator that young lady spoke of.
You've decided to save the people here with your own hands, in your own way, and so have I. There are things I must face alone.
Oh no, because we know that right now Dores is considered to have disappeared of some sort. Like, we don't really know what happened to her. Did Aleph make her disappear or something like that? Though she is well used to death, the pain of Holio's passing still lingers in her heart, causing her to say these words that don't quite feel like herself.
I see. Lend me your palm. I'll draw you the way to his office.
Yeah, like the actual visceral realist movement, something I also knew nothing about. We do know what happened to her from the previous chapter. Wait, what? What do you mean we know what happened to her from the previous chapter? I mean, if you're talking about the fact that Manus Vindicte captured Dores in the previous chapter, yeah, and then they brought her to Tierra del Fuego, which is where this is happening. My question is mostly like, what happened from in between? Like, she was captured by Zeno, and then she was wandering on the street meeting Recoleta and asking directions to go to a prison. Like, what happened there? I'm very curious about that. And the disappearance that I'm talking about is afterwards, after she reached the prison. Right now, Vertin is searching for her, but Dores seemingly has completely disappeared from the prison. And I'm wondering if Aleph is the one responsible for her disappearance.
Good luck to you. And to all of us.
Farewell, Miss Octavia. I truly hope all goes well for you in the days ahead.
And hello, Decaf, and thank you for the raid. Welcome, everyone. Welcome, Decaf. I hope you're doing well, and I hope your stream went well. Were you streaming some Reverse 1999 as well? Were you still in Chapter 9 like I am 2 weeks later? Anyway, I hope you're doing well, and thank you very much for the raid. We are Decaf, but bringing the hype by raiding you, you wonderful person, you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And I mean, not that I'm not hyped, it's just that I'm growing a bit tired. Not even a lie, which is why I'm struggling to find words, which is sometimes a bit difficult. You know, it is life. But welcome to the stream, and like I said, I hope you had a wonderful stream as well. You'll find out much later in this chapter, sadly. Well, I guess in that case we'll probably not find today, because I don't think... well, no, I know for a fact I'm not finishing this story today, that's for sure. But I might be able to finish it tomorrow, or maybe it will take yet another stream. I'll take my time with the story as I usually do, you know me. Well, Amazing Chili, you probably don't know me, unless you've been lurking on the channel before, but I always take my time going through the story. If I ever do, I might try to play this game again one day, but I don't feel like I'm gonna do that anytime soon. I'm gonna try to get better at other gacha games that I need to improve. I mean, at the end of the days, I'll go I told you that the game was good, that reverse is good, which I feel like objectively is pretty correct. But there is also a big part of subjectivity here, in the sense that you might not share the same taste as I do, and maybe even though I really like reverse, you might not like it. And these are games, so you get to choose and pick the ones that you want to put your time into. Feel free to try it out if you want to, feel free not to try it out if you don't want to. Indeed I was, and I finished the main story last week. I was just doing the roguelike at Fortissimo. 18 out of 20. 99 Delirium F19X. Next. What? Wait, what are you talking about? The roguelike at 40. I am so confused. I think that I missed something here. I don't know what that is. 99 Delirium F19 next? I have no idea what any of this means. Did I miss a game mode? A series of DOS difficulty is measured from 1 to 20. Ah, yes. But you see... okay, a series of DOS roguelike. Yeah. Okay. The problem is, I've only done one single run of a series of Dusk, and I've read through the story once during a stream a couple of weeks ago, so I know one ending, because that's the only one I've unlocked, but that's all I've done. So, and the run I did for a series of Dusk is like, it happened in last October or November, I think. So yeah, I know very little about a series of Dusk. I'm having the opposite problem. I've been done with this chapter since day 2 or so. I want more stuff. This patch seems kind of barren compared to last chapter. I see. I mean, for me it's been 2 weeks, but that's because I usually stream 4 days a week, Wednesday through Saturday. And I started this chapter on Saturday of not last week, but the week before that. And last week I only did 1 stream instead of the 4 I usually do, because I was sick and I even cut my stream short on that Wednesday. So that's why I've taken that much time to do this story. That being said, generally speaking, it does take me about 4 streams to complete a story, but that's because I yap a lot. So yeah, there is that. I've done it once, never again. As understandable. It was rather long when I remember the series of Dusk roguelite mode. It was rather long, and I didn't particularly like it because I was too lazy to read through everything, and that's on me. You should definitely do it. It's very rewarding. Yes, I do know that there are quite a lot of rewards in there. It's just I'm too lazy and it takes too much time. October, a couple of weeks ago, in the sense that it was more than 24 weeks ago. Wait, what? Did you just count weeks in dozens? Did I just count weeks in dozens? What did I say? I don't remember what I said. What did I say again? I've said that I'm getting tired and hungry as well, because it is 11 PM where I am at, and I need to eat dinner. But yeah, I don't remember what I said. I'm getting confused about my own sentences. Etheria Restart is a new gacha game and is having tournaments for it with teammates. Yeah, I've heard of Etheria Restart. I don't think I'll play it. I don't think I'll give it a try myself. But I hope you have fun with it. I mean, I assume, Zalgo, that you mean that you're playing Etheria Restart, right? So I hope you have fun with it. You said my last run was a few weeks ago, then proceeded to say last year. Oh shit. Well, it's a few weeks in the grand scheme of things, you know? When compared to the age of the Earth. What are a few months, a few weeks, right? It's not really that much. But yeah, no, I meant to say last October or November. I don't even remember exactly. But yeah, it's been a while. Time is an illusion. Yes, exactly. Time is an illusion. Time is relative. It depends on what the frame of the framework is. So, you know, I wasn't quite wrong, but I wasn't quite right either. And yes, Amazing Chili, I do have a mother. That's what I answer every time someone uses that sound alert. Where were we? Right, we were at our murder. Decaf, you arrived at the right time. Someone has been murdered. I mean, in my opinion, they have been murdered. And Octavia is a bad guy, and Dores is going to see the physician, and everything is wrong in this prison. I don't understand anything in this prison. As Octavia retreats, slowly fading into the distance, she quietly adds,
And in your journey, finding answers about fate, too.
Okay, I'm gonna wind down and lurk in the background while I edit. Enjoy the madness of the main story. Thank you. I mean, it's in the name of the chapter, and happy lurking to you, and happy editing as well. I hope you have fun editing. I know sometimes editing can be a pain, so I hope you have fun with that. Like advising you to care for your brain, especially your frontal lobe. Ah, I see. Well, I hope that's not foreshadowing something that has something to do with lobotomies. I sincerely hope. But I have a bad feeling about everything here. And this thing is still bugged, the little diamond here, unfortunately. Lobotomy run is the only true way to beat Elden Ring. Is that a thing? Like I said, I have never played Elden Ring, so I don't really know what goes on there. But like, what? I am confused. What is a lobotomy run? Using magic is cheating. Using summon is cheating. So what? You're only supposed to use weapons, or rather your physical weapons to fight. In fact, the human ability to adapt to and learn is cheating. So lobotomize yourself and beat Elden Ring. I would not recommend lobotomy as a form of treatment for anything, honestly. Especially not for beating Elden Ring. I think it does require a bit of your frontal lobe to work properly. Like, because as far as I know, Elden Ring is supposed to be quite difficult as a game. But is that an actual thing? Like, what do these people do when they do a lobotomy run? Do they just run around until they die? Because I'm afraid they can't do much more. Behind the operating curtain. Oh shit. Well, we were talking about lobotomies. And now we are seeing operating curtain. I'm very much afraid of what we are about to see. Exactly. The ability to learn boss patterns is cheating. Lobotomy solves that. I suppose so, because otherwise I don't know how you wouldn't learn the boss's patterns. Unless you have a medical condition that makes you forget everything very quickly. Yeah, I still wouldn't recommend the lobotomy just to play a video game. What disrupted this era? What unraveled time? The shadow lurking in the ruins answers madness. Oh, it answers madness. An otherwise tidy room is covered in fine scratches and small unidentifiable stains. The smell of disinfectant lingers in the air mixed with mildew.
Wait here a moment.
Isn't mildew some kind of mold or something like that, I think? I'm not entirely sure about that word.
I'll report the situation and your request to Dr. Merlin. However, since he's always busy, I can't guarantee he'll agree to meet you. But I'll do my best to persuade him.
The jaguar's figure slinks out through the inner door.
Now's our chance, Sinetto.
Chance to
Our
what?
chance? What do you mean, Timekeeper?
Ah, I see that I'm not the only one questioning things.
It's unlikely that the jailer will let us search the central tower, even in this situation. We should take the initiative and look for clues while she's away.
How sneaky, little Vertin.
I see, Timekeeper. I will do my best.
Senator swiftly conducts a thoroughly unauthorized search.
Thank you for your assistance, Miss Recoleta. Without your precise predictions, we wouldn't be standing here now.
True, I suppose so, yeah. Her predictions helped you gain access to the tower.
I haven't yet grasped the connection between the die, your novel, and what's happening in this place. But, by process of elimination, it's almost certain that your pen pal, Aleph, is right behind this door.
How did you come to that conclusion? Oh, right, okay, no, we got enough clues for her to... Vertin, because we as players, we knew already that that was the case, but I was wondering if Vertin had enough clues. It's kind of difficult to separate what each character knows.
Sometimes I envy your decisiveness, Vertin. I'm sure many people have praised this special talent of yours.
Are you all right? You don't seem as excited as when we first entered Kamala.
Recoleta holds her gaze on the tightly shut door, uncertain whether she hopes it will open now or ever again.
The all-seeing sentinel of the Panopticon, veiled within the central tower. If it truly is Aleph, I don't know how to face such a terrifying and increasingly plausible reality.
Well, you don't really have a choice, other than facing reality, you just face reality. That's just how it goes.
Sorry to interrupt, but... Timekeeper, I think you'll want to see these.
Signed Erd. This is a letter from Dr. Dorez.
The delicate signature matches the one in the manuscript folder.
Her handwriting. It's as beautiful as I'd imagined. Who is it addressed to? Dear Mr. Aleph.
Aleph? Looks like Dorez and Aleph are acquaintances. Or at least, they've had some correspondence. Dear Mr. Aleph, my apologies if this reaches you at an inconvenient time. I am Dorez, pen name Erd, an ordinary inmate of the Panopticon of Kamala. I write seeking your guidance, if you wouldn't mind offering it to me. I heard from the physician, Dr. Merlin, that...
You have the answer to every question. A statement which has been echoed by the idealist and the other inmates. I have something I wish to ask you. What exactly is your role at the prison? Chief Warden? A secret backer? An observer who dominates the prison? Are you truly the supreme ruler of the Panopticon of Kamala?
That is actually a very good question. They tear open the next letter, eager to read on.
Dear Erd, I do indeed have answers for every question, including yours. I'm afraid every one of your speculations is off the mark. I am merely an inmate who chose to imprison himself here. And allow me to point out that your identity isn't as ordinary as you claim. Why is it that you, my fellow inmate and guest of Manus Vindictae, are so interested in Kamala?
Dr. Dorez? A guest of Manus Vindictae?
Right, does Vertin not know about the connection between Zeno and Manus Vindictae? Because they know about the bit of rebellion, mutiny that happened in Sao Paulo, right? But I guess they don't know that Igor met with Sophia at the end of that chapter because they weren't... Vertin was simply not there. A muffled shattering of glass interrupts their reading.
It came from inside the room. Do you think they're okay?
The jailer and the physician! What happened?
The door defies any attempt at an answer, sealing all the events from view.
But it could be bad. Come on, let's go in and see if they're all right.
The unlocked door leads to another room, more decrepit and oppressive than the last. A cold operating table lies in the center, surrounded by scattered bottles and medical instruments.
It seems we've stumbled upon the physician's office. I should have known. But is this an operating room?
I don't think an operating room should be an office at the same time. Like, these two things should be very separate.
As if this prison wasn't bizarre enough already.
Inside the narrow operating room, the Jaguar reacts badly to their intrusion.
Didn't I tell you to wait outside? What do you think you're doing barging in like this?
We were just worried about your safety, jailer.
Enough. Get out of...
Quiet.
Oh ho ho. He's there.
The reptilian complex governs all our fundamental functions. Our heartbeat, breathing, fight or flight responses, and our territory and hierarchy awareness. Our primitive ancestors, like reptiles and birds, followed such instincts to survive. Through millions of years of evolution, we developed the limbic system. This processes emotions and forms memories. It allows us to feel fear, sadness, anger, joy. Our behaviors are given meaning. Now it's the neocortex that makes up more than 2/3 of our total brain volume. Language, perception, logical reasoning, abstract thought. This is what forms the complexity of human nature. We read, create, perceive. We try to understand both the world and ourselves. We are forever setting goals, one after another. And all this, these multitudes, happens within the confines of the skull, in the tight folds of the crowded cerebral cortex.
Why is he holding a scalpel, and who is that? Because there is a, what do you call that? A head, I guess? We can see some hair, I think. So, what is he about to do?
Is he performing surgery?
Such a delicate and elaborate organ. Were it unable to forget, what would come of it? Can this space, no larger than the palm of my hand, truly accommodate dozens of people at once?
Do you mean remember people that you meet? Yes. Although I guess according to you, no. At last, the physician sets down his operating scissors and needle, signaling the end of the surgery. Yet at the same time, the old machine issues an alarm, signaling that the patient's vital signs are wavering.
What's happened to the patient? It looks like he's dying. He was dying. Her anxiety rises as the question goes unanswered. On the screen, the last waveform disappears, leaving only a constant flat one. Yeah, but even before that, I think this was supposed to be his, I think I can barely read it, but I think this is supposed to be his O2 saturation, the amount of oxygen contained within his blood, and it was already bad before, before it went to 0. I think it was at 15 or something like that. It was like, yeah, never mind. And the top line, I guess, was supposed to be his heart rate, but it looked nothing like a proper heart rate. Like, he already had many problems before, and his heart rate was at 30 if the green number was indeed the heart rate, and 30 BPM is really low. Like, at that point, you're not doing well at all. Like, really not. And the actual line itself was not... It was kind of nonsensical, I guess. I say this because I've actually studied the actual line that our heartbeats make
and it has several sections that you can study more precisely, and if each section is not exactly in a specific way, then that means that your heart rate is not your heart rate, but your heart rate in general is not proper, and it might require some form of treatment unless you have an actual condition that is already known about. But yeah, it's just, it brings back memories of things that I've learned.
¿Fracasó la cirugía?
Nonsense. The surgery was a tremendous success.
Usually, when your patient dies, that means your surgery was not successful. Just saying.
I have erased his debilitating hysteria and restored order to the Panopticon.
Ah, yes, of course. Yeah, one way to solve someone having a problem is for someone to die. If the person dies, he no longer has problems. Yes, that makes perfect sense.
What are you trying to achieve by barging in here?
And wait, in the letter he sent to Erd, he said that he himself was nothing more than an inmate who voluntarily signed up to join the prison, right? Why is an inmate operating on other inmates? Like, what the... What? How is that a thing? Well, the patient isn't complaining about the results, so clearly he's okay. Yeah, I suppose so, yeah. You can't be more okay than when you're dead, because you can't complain about anything. You can't be happy about anything either, but I guess you're just neutral, so it's okay. The man behind the operating table stares at the uninvited guests expectantly, but does not give them a chance to respond.
Forget it. The next operation requires my attention. Jailer, show them out. Bring me the next patient in 15 minutes.
I'm sorry, Miss Vertin. I'm afraid you have to leave now.
Recoleta steps forward, blocking their path. There is a hint of pleading in her voice.
Please, just let us speak with you. It'll only take a moment. I have something very important I need to ask.
Her question is not given time to take shape.
Important. Nothing is of greater importance than my experiments in the Panopticon, outsiders. To ensure they continue, the stability of time and schedule is absolutely paramount.
And his weapon, I think I've mentioned it before, but is his weapon some kind of bone saw or something like that? So the dude wields a bone saw and a scalpel? I mean, those two can go together if you're performing what do you call that? An amputation, I suppose.
Experiments in the Panopticon. So you really are the controller of the prison, then?
Controller? What an outdated notion. Superficial, really. The Panopticon has no need for such power, regardless of who occupies the central tower, or even if no one's there at all. Every inmate is both the observer and the observed, both wielders and subjects of power. Achieving such a state requires no physical or violent measures. The structure of the Panopticon itself is the mechanism which sustains it. Kamala is simply a manifestation of this model.
What?
Once I confirm its feasibility and adaptability, this model can be applied to any functional setting with only minor modifications.
Wait, no, let me read that again. What the Achieving such a state requires no... Oh wait, the Panopticon has no need for such power regardless of who occupies the central tower or even if no one's there at all. Every inmate is both the observer and the observed, both wielders and subjects of power. Achieving such a state requires no physical or violent measures. The structure of the Panopticon itself is the mechanism which sustains it. Kamala is simply a manifestation of this model. Yeah, I still don't understand it even after rereading it.
So far, it has proven to be far superior to any current system of governance in our world. Transcendental, even. Curse it. Why am I wasting time explaining this to you? Time is running out.
The investigator keenly senses the key within his words. God.
Dr. Marlin, you keep mentioning time. What exactly do you mean by that?
Really? You need to ask? Even those oily-headed lunatics know it. The end of this era is imminent, is it not?
Indeed, the word that was so close to being spoken.
You know about the storm?
Mm-hmm.
That's what you call it, is it? A storm that washes everything away?
Oh wait, I think we might be getting some lore drops here. And hello, Lichiro. Oh, Deidara, it's you. I think I chose the worst time to do my house chores, so I can only listen but not watch. But what is going on? I don't know. I don't know what's going on, Deidara. I'm very confused about everything, but I think that maybe right now Aleph is going to tell us a bit more about the storm and what's going on.
You employees of the St. Pavlov Foundation should know better than I. Soon, this era and everything in it will cease to exist.
Oh, so a storm is going to hit Tierra del Fuego, or rather the period where they're at.
I must prove the feasibility of the Panopticon model before this place is turned to ruins, or something even more unrecognizable.
But how does Aleph survive the storm? Or... yeah, survive is the only word I can think of. How does he do it himself? Because as far as we know, the only people capable of doing it is either the people at the Foundation or the Manus Vindictae.
A storm that washes everything away?
Ah.
Vertin,
Yeah.
what on earth are you two talking about?
We might have a bit of an awkward conversation to have with you, Recoleta. The conversation extends beyond even the most imaginative creations of the aspiring writer.
No one can predict the era to which we will be reversed.
I think Manus Vindictae is able to do it. I think, but I'm not entirely sure.
I have seen the eras change time and time again. The transformation of this place, over and over.
Wait, does that mean that because other than Manus Vindictae and the Foundation, the only actual person who is immune to the storm is Vertin? Could this physician / Aleph, or Aleph, I think that's how they pronounce it, could he be immune to the storm as well?
But no matter which era each of these 9 storms, as you call them, has taken us back to, Cordeismo continues to plague this land.
I guess Cordeismo. What does that mean?
Dependency theorists, martyred revolutionists. I've seen them all. You, young writer, are no different from those intellectuals who were swept away in the rain. There is no romance in this era. Only the repeated cycles of madness and brutality. An endless, meaningless struggle. Only in this forgotten corner can we momentarily escape the plundering of the marauders and the chaos they unleash. Although it won't be long before this place is looted by those oily-headed lunatics.
Yeah, so he's talking about Manus Vindictae.
Just as it has countless times before, on this land as rich as silver.
He mutters to himself.
But there is still hope. Even in a wasteland, we may still be saved. As long as I uncover the path to transcendentality, I will find the ultimate answer.
Transcendentality, that's one thing that the School of Aperon was also striving for, if I'm not mistaken.
Ugh, I've already wasted far too much time on you. Leave, now.
But they were quite disappointed with what they found. The physician turns away, beginning preparations for the next surgery, organizing his worn-out instruments.
You heard him. Please don't press things any further.
All right, Senora, I get it. Obviously, you don't want to discuss my novel with me anymore, so I won't insist upon it.
Aw, poor Recoleta. She lost her pen pal, she lost her friend.
All the letters we wrote to one another, all those inspiring revisions and suggestions, I guess they meant nothing to you.
Her voice wavers. Rejections, closed doors, harsh critiques. This proves more devastating than all of them together.
But there's still something I must tell you. Jailer, could you please allow us a private conversation with with Aleph?
I'm listening closely while mopping the floor. Good luck with your house chores. I hope they're not too annoying to do. Hearing this, the physician stops.
Leave us, jailer. I'll spare these outsiders 5 minutes.
Oh, nice. Just because she dropped the name? The Jaguar turns to leave, her face revealing an uncharacteristic sorrow as she lingers on the girls one last time. This time, she offers no words. Oh boy. To be continued. Well, it's actually quite convenient that it is to be continued because some ads are going to run, although I am actually going to snooze them, because I am thinking of ending stream right there on this cliffhanger of sorts. Not because it's a cliffhanger, but I mean, I might as well. But it's also because I am extremely hungry, and like I said, it's now 11:30 p.m. for me, and I need to go to eat and get some rest. So this shall be the end for today's stream. I am still as confused as ever about everything that is happening in this story, not gonna lie. I still understand nothing, but I feel like we are getting closer to actually getting some answers to some questions, whatever those questions may be. But yeah, I suppose we'll see about that tomorrow, because we will continue the story tomorrow. I don't think I'll be able to finish the story tomorrow either, given the pace at which we are going, even though today I did try to go a bit faster than I usually do. I feel like given the pace that I'm going at, it will probably take me another couple of streams, which means that I have to keep patiently waiting for my pulls on Astra Yao's banner. I've been waiting for over a week now. Well, no, I've been waiting for... Oh no, never mind, it's been less than a week because the ZZZ came out last Friday, I think, 2.0 of ZZZ. But yeah, I have been waiting. My gambling addiction is stirring up trouble in my poor mind. But I shall stay strong. I shall wait, and you shall witness my luck or unluck. Who knows? I really hope my polls don't go poorly this time around. I've had enough of losing 50-50s. Like I've mentioned before, 6 losses in reverse, 3 in a row in Wuthering Waves. Yeah, that's enough, right? So hopefully we will get our Astra Yao and all of that. But more importantly, to get back to Reverse 1999, I am actually genuinely curious about the story of the game, and I want some explanations, right? I want some explanation as to what the hell is going on. Because none of this makes any sense to me, at least, so far. I feel like there is a lot of things that need to be explained. Good night, enjoy your meal, and have a good rest. See you tomorrow. Thank you, Deidara. Good day to you, because for you it's daytime right now. Good day to you, and enjoy your chores. Can I wish you to enjoy chores? Yeah, I hope you enjoy your chores. I hope they won't be too annoying, and I hope you'll be done with them very quickly. All your luck funnels into ZZZ or S ranks in 50 pulls. True. But that happened one time. Other than that, I have lost the 50-50s in ZZZ, right? I lost my 50-50 on Astra Yao's banner the last time around, which is how I got Evelyn as a guaranteed, right? And even then, she took her sweet time to come home, if I recall correctly. So, yeah, I guess ZZZ did make up for the bad luck that happened in other games with those 4 S ranks in 50 pulls. Not gonna lie. I'm not asking for that to happen again. I mean, if it does, I'm not going to complain. That's for sure. But if I could, have at least just win the 50-50 on Astra Yao's banner and honor her Wenjin. Just winning the 50-50 is enough for me, I don't want to be too greedy. I will pull for a new character in Toho Lost World. Wish me luck. Well, good luck to you. I don't know about that game, Toho Lost World, but Did you already talk to me about that? I'm not entirely sure. But good luck to you. I hope that you do get your character. I hope all of us get the characters that we want. Because at the end of the day, that is what's important, right? Collecting our waifus and husbandos. And I have a waifu waiting for me in Astraeo to complete my Yuri ship between Evelyn and Astraeo, just like I have completed it with Kakania and Isolde, right? So I have to complete it in Zenler Zone 0 as well. Well, I'm going to leave you on that note because otherwise the ads are going to run while I'm saying goodbye, and unfortunately I have no snoozers left because I've used more than 3 during this stream. So I'm afraid that tomorrow I might not have any snoozers at all. I guess we'll have to wait and see. But anyways, thank you so much for watching, and I shall see you tomorrow at 6 PM Central European Standard Time, and goodbye everyone. Bye bye.